45 minutes of qualifying. You may have watched that earlier, and now it is free practice 3. Well, if you're new to the qualifying format, that 45-minute session earlier determined who went through to hyperpole in terms of the top 6 of each class going through to tomorrow's 30-minute hyperpole session. It was a very tightly and close fought affair, I should say, and I'll run through the classification of that at some stage. But now this is an opportunity for the teams to get more running under their belts in terms of the race setup. On Circuit de la Sarthe, the iconic 13.6 miles, of course, 38 turns. And just running through some of the statistics from last year. Here is, or I thought there was the free practice session results. Well, not to be. Here is the Signatech Alpine. Of course, we have just had qualifying. And the car's now getting ready to go out on the hour. So we'll get ready to go at 7 o'clock. That's 8 o'clock local time, 7 o'clock British summer time. And then they will run right up until midnight local time, at 11 o'clock British summer time. Well, the drivers, Sam Bird and Davide Rigon there, deep in discussion, as further down the pit lane the teams readying the bodywork, cleaning off all the pickup and rubber debris as the cars get ready to go out in what is magnificent in terms of the sunset here at Le Mans. Pays de Loire, just down from Rouen, about 3 hours southwest of Paris, depending on how quickly you're driving, of course. But the weather has been absolutely brilliant this week, and the big talking point going into this weekend is the inclement weather, of course. Thunderstorms forecast, and Le Mans wouldn't be Le Mans without a spot or two of rain. Well, my name's Tom Gamer. Alongside me is Mark Cole and Chris Parsons. I think you're all set up now, guys.
Yeah, good evening to you all.
The whole team is here, Tom. We're in business. Hey, let's go racing. Yeah, so Tom, you mentioned about the qualifying timing. Yeah, just to remind people, if only just joining us, Toyota number 7 on the fastest LMP1. It's 29 Racing Team Netherlands. LMP2 top time. Aston Martin a double at the top of LMGT Pro, and under 95 and 97 cars. And again an Aston Martin double in GTM. It's the Aston Martin Racing 98 car from the 90 TF car.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport. October on Eurosport.
So good.
Roland Garros reaches its crucial final stages.
Believe it, it's happened.
Who will conquer the clay?
Champion here for the 12th time.
In cycling, there's no time to rest with the Giro d'Italia.
Pretty in pink, and he's going to pull on the Maglia Rosa.
Going straight into Vuelta a España.
The big green on Contador. He reigns supreme at the Vuelta a España.
This has got to go.
The tables are set for snooker's Home Nation Series, which gets underway with the English Open.
So Mark Selby back where he belongs in snooker's winner's circle.
And the British and World Superbike seasons reach their climax.
The first double of this 2020 campaign.
It's all happening here this October, live on Eurosport and eurosport.co.uk.
Ron, we have a good laugh on Eurosport, don't we?
We like to entertain the crowd, Jim. I mean, there's nothing like it.
Well, nothing at all. Well, I nicknamed Steve Davis the Nugget. He had a few nicknames. Yeah. A lot we can't say on camera.
If you're a rival with someone, you're my enemy for a couple of hours, afterwards, buy you a cup of tea, how's it going, have a safe flight home, all that sort of stuff.
I love this geezer.
All I can see is this woman stand up taking her clothes off. It's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday.
What's that?
Watching a bit of snooker. You
Okay.
just went, Ron, I can't handle this. Get me out.
I said,
I was like, Jim,
but
no, not now,
you're-
we're live.
Why are you laughing at? He just loves it. He just finds it so funny.
At the end of the day, we're snooker lovers.
Make no mistake.
We've got the best team on Eurosport.
Absolutely.
One big weekend, 2 mega Superbikes events. World Superbikes speeds on to the fast and flowing Barcelona-Catalunya circuit, while British Superbikes roars on to the stunning surroundings and hallowed tarmac of Oldham Park. Free practice from Catalunya on Friday, Superbikes double-header Saturday and Sunday, live on Eurosport 2 and Eurosport Player.
Follow all the twists and turns of the legendary Moto America Superbike Series. This weekend, live on Eurosport and Eurosport.co.uk.
Don't forget to listen and subscribe to my show, The Bradley Wiggins Show, throughout the Tour de France.
Well, welcome back. Mike Conway getting into his 7 Toyota. This was the car that was quickest overall in the 45-minute qualifying session that we had earlier on this evening / this afternoon for you. And that qualifying session paving the way for tomorrow's Hyperpole session as we gear up for this 88th running of the iconic Le Mans 24 Hours. First time it's been run behind closed doors, of course, because of the current COVID-19 coronavirus epidemic. But the 4th time it's been raced at a different time of year compared to its normal slot, which is in and around the first 2 weeks of June. And Mark, you know those dates off by hand. The other 3 times that the race has been run at different times.
Yeah, just to rattle them off for you then, it was a May race, the first one in 23. In 1956, a year after the Le Mans disaster, they were still doing updates to the circuit in June, so the race is held in July. And then again in 1967, the civic unrest in France. You remember the students rioting in the streets of Paris, so the race was delayed until September because of the national crisis. So they've done very well to get this far. This is the 88th edition. And remember, in 2 years' time, it'll be the 100th anniversary in 2023. So hopefully all this pandemic will be long behind us by then, and we'll all be able to celebrate as Le Mans deserves.
And hopefully we'll have both of the big French motor manufacturers, Peugeot and Renault, racing in the top class.
Yeah, as long as it's not just them.
Hopefully our friends at Toyota will be there, and maybe 1 or 2 others.
Yeah, Tom, I heard you mention about Sebastian Buemi wearing glasses. He's often worn glasses racing.
I've never seen him in the glasses. I normally thought he wore contact lenses, but maybe just when I've seen him on board, he's not been wearing the glasses. Maybe it's a Le Mans thing.
Yeah, well, we're riding on board with him now, aren't we? So, what is that?
Yeah, so first time for me that I've seen him, because he never wore the glasses. Well, he doesn't wear them in Formula E, and he doesn't wear them in Formula 1. And he wasn't wearing them earlier either. So maybe it's to help him at night.
Yeah, just doing it to annoy you.
No, listen. It's just interesting. Maybe it's something, well, I'll certainly ask some of the boys at Toyota as to why that is. the case.
So I've got the live.
So on board with Sebastian Buemi, we got an interview from Pascal Vassadon, who is the team boss at Toyota. That's an interview that was done this morning, and we're just going to play that now for those of you that are joining us.
We have a lot of track time. Problem is that we will have 4 sessions following each other with very short interruption between them. It means we will have nearly no time to analyze, no time to update a strategy, to do big changes on the car. So we will have to go through the day with a minimum number of problems. If we have a problem, we will lose a lot of track time. And basically, it will be very difficult to fix big problems on the car. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, that was Pascal Vassadon there, just talking us through some of the technical challenges. If you joined at the top of the show, you will have heard me talking about the condensed schedule that we've had today, very much akin to a normal race weekend where we do all of the running just before the weekend and away we go, which is very different to what it normally is here at Le Mans, with all of the ceremony and pomp and everything that goes into this iconic race weekend. And without now the light from the campfire and the big wheel on the left-hand side and the funfair that we normally have at Recordement and the barbecue smoke sort of waffling across karting curve there, it's very, very different, Chris and Mark.
Yes, it really is. As Mark was saying earlier, nearly 300,000 fans usually, and now down to nothing. The ACO were trying to get bubbles of 5,000 spectators, but with the rise of the virus in France, they had to abandon that and say, right, no spectators at all. Now this is the IDEC pit, where both cars had a problem, had accidents in the second practice today, free practice, and they're now being built up. Now that car, number 17, looks as if they can just repair the front, not having to change the tub. But this one in the foreground, as we see, a spinner.
Yeah, that's the 78 Felbermayr Porsche, where it's actually Proton, but they're running his colours in honour of Horst Felbermayr, who died in April this year. He was the team principal. His son, Horst Jr., is racing in the car, so this is very much a retro livery in honour of a great Porsche team owner and a driver himself, of course, raced here 7 times at Le Mans. So trying to get that car restarted. And just going back to IDEC, what Chris was saying, IDEC, those 2 cars, of course, they've got to get their drivers qualified tonight. Each driver has to do 5 laps in the dark, which officially started at 8 o'clock and continues until midnight. So they've still got 3 hours and 55 minutes, but they're certainly not going to get that orange IDEC, the blue IDEC out.
The 28, as you quite rightfully said, Mark, is not going to be out in this session. That's a complete chassis change, so they're going to have to build up a whole new racing car, and they'll be working on that throughout the night. And in terms of the 17, that has just a bit of chassis damage. You saw them there with the heaters on. They're just doing some carbon fiber repairs to that tub, and that car could be out. But the big question mark, whether or not Dwight Merriman will be fit to race. And if he isn't, I can't imagine the other 2 are going to be able to do it by themselves.
On the other hand, would the drivers from the other car that's being built up, would they be able to do their night laps in number 17 if they can get that out?
Yes, that's a solution that will be...
I think the team manager will be putting that to the stewards.
Yeah, they need to get that car out, though. That's the big question mark.
That's 30 laps they've got to do with 6 drivers.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Well, they have 1 or 2 drivers that have been here before, Paolo Chatin, Richard Bradley and Jonathan Kennard. So there is special dispensation to be argued in terms of whether or not they can start the race with their previous experience. But certainly the drivers that haven't been here before, and there are a couple of those in those lineups, they're going to have to do their laps. Otherwise, it's just not going to be safe for them to start this race.
Yeah, the rules are quite clear that it's not just those who haven't been here in the last 5 years. It's all drivers have to do a minimum of 5 night laps. The last 5-year rule applies to drivers who haven't been here for 5 years or never, had to do a simulation course in Paris before they're allowed to come to the race. That's something obviously quite different, but all adds to, you know, the amount of work and organisation and red tape that's involved in this race. Because Tom, at the end of the day, it's got to be safe.
Yeah, it has to be safe. There's a rookie familiarisation. You have to do a rookie test and pass that. And that's on the simulator in Paris, and that obviously highlights to the drivers where all the safety zones are, how they behave, and the policies and procedures in terms of the safety zones, the full course yellows, do they recognise all the flag and marshal posts, what to do in certain situations, that kind of stuff, and also the drivers demonstrate a level of understanding and pace. Kamui Kobayashi looking on his teammate Mike Conway in the car at the moment. It was Kamui Kobayashi that was quickest of all earlier on, and he also has the quickest lap time.
Make no mistake, Tom, this car is the one that they want to win this year. They haven't had that chance. It's always been Fernando Alonso. That's what the spotlight's always been on them. So this year, Mike Conway and team leading the championship. They want to win Le Mans as well. Remember, this is a momentous Le Mans. It's the end of the hybrid era. After Bahrain this year, you won't see the hybrids anymore. So this is a very, very poignant Le Mans for Toyota, as indeed it would have been for Audi and Porsche with their hybrids.
Yes, it is really the end of an era. For quite a few years. The cars next year will be very different. One has to say, a little bit slower.
Yeah, so, and then the problem, Chris, as you keep pointing out, you're going to have to slow the LMPs down, LMP2s down.
Yes, and then the GT Pros will be almost as quick as the LMP2, so the whole thing will go down. And there is discussion going on as to whether the GT AM should be GT3s. So many discussions about how the ACO and the FIA are going to balance everything out over the coming years.
Well, on board here with Mike Conway. And it is certainly a fascinating discussion. It's not something that you could rattle out over the course of 10 minutes on the back of a fag packet, is it?
No. That's for Mark and I at about 3 o'clock on Sunday morning, Tom.
if we're awake.
Here is the 22 machine flashing through. That's Phil Hansen, Felipe Albuquerque and Paul di Resta aboard that machine. Phil Hansen made his debut here, of course, 17 years of age when he made his debut, and has now become a very accomplished driver in his own right in terms of experience and speed, and he has 2 very talented teammates alongside him. That car very much one of the favourites in class, and they've won the last 5 of 6 LMP2 races that they've entered across the ELMS and the FIA World Endurance classes as well. So very much on the crest of a wave are United Autosports.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
For Rolex and motorsport,
And away we go!
it began in 1935.
Bluebird is burning up Daytona again.
Championing the legendary races from Le Mans to Melbourne, and the drivers who test the limits. Continuing to move motorsport ahead.
Forge of Empires. Develop your own city from the Stone Age to the future. Available in the App Store and at FOE.tv. Forge of Empires. Play now for free.
I really enjoy the unknown of it all.
South America is so friendly.
They give me a little Obi-Wan keyring.
People's Postcode Lottery's 30k a day is back.
No way. Are you having me on?
£30,000 will be won every single day by players in the October draws. That's £30,000 for every ticket in the winning postcode. For your chance to win, sign up before midnight on the 24th of September to play in the October draws.
Oh my God!
It could be your postcode next.
Said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall.
The all-new Renault Clio, available as a hybrid from September.
Wouldn't it be nice if we all had more space? Space to experience something new. Room to relax, to lift spirits. A space to embrace the great outdoors and the great indoors. Space to take some time out together. David Lloyd Clubs. Try a 3-month membership today.
One of the things I love about these trips is you're in it and you're connected to the beauty of it.
Long way up, 2 guys lost in South America.
Slow zone has been called, and that is down to the incident up at Dunlop, and that Ferrari is going nowhere quickly. Claudio Schiavone aboard that, so he's just gone in way too quick, over-rotated the car, and instead of putting his foot on the brake, he's backed it into the gravel. And yeah, unfortunately, this is the result, Mark.
Yeah, that's why you have the slow zone, because you've got a rescue vehicle on the track. You cannot risk cars even under a yellow, you know.
Yeah, you've got a snatch vehicle there. This is the safest way of extricating that vehicle out of the gravel trap. You've got a couple of options if you're Eduardo Freitas. You can stay on the localized yellow. You can implement a slow zone here. You can actually apply a full course yellow, which is similar to a slow zone, but all the way around the lap.
Team manager car 60, team manager car 60.
Yeah, team manager car 60 to race control.
They'll get the car back on the gravel, so hopefully Francesco will be able to drive out of that. Let's just wait and see. Now there is the ladies' team, Rahel Frey, waiting to take their chance at the wheel.
Yeah, so just to finish that, the final option is the safety car, but the slow zone works well. There's 9 of them around the circuit, so the circuit's broken up into 9 safety or yellow zones, slow zones, and it does work well. You can lose time though, so if you are just catching a slow zone, you might run through that slow zone twice, and say another car that you're battling with might only run through it once, depending on where you are on the track and timing. So with the slow zones, you can actually hemorrhage time, which is actually quite difficult and very frustrating. What's going on here? This is
that's the Signatech, yeah, as the Ferrari will now spray gravel all over the circuit.
The first thing they do is teach you to hit the brake, accelerate, hit the brakes, accelerate, hit the brakes, accelerate, hit the brakes, just to get the gravel out.
Well, let's hope they taught him that.
Yeah, well, they haven't.
Or he taught.
They haven't, because first of all, he hasn't done it, and that's after the misdemeanor of actually going in the gravel in the first place, not keeping his foot firmly planted on the brake pedal. He wouldn't have rolled into the gravel.
Yeah,
so,
but he kept well off the line going down the hill. We'll give him credit for that, but unfortunately that gravel's still pouring out.
Yeah, because he just needs to hit the brakes.
Yeah.
Hit the brakes. We learned the hard way when we were living in Le Mans many moons ago. I remember the Canadian driver went off at Chapelle on the Bugatti circuit and did exactly the same thing. And Laurent Sénéchal, who was Henri Pescarolo's right-hand man, got in the Renault Espace with a big broom and the Canadian racing driver, and he had to go out and sweep all the gravel away. There you go, true story.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Just before that happened, Chris was drawing attention to the Senior Tech car in the garage. I wonder if that's a legacy of Thomas Laurent bouncing it over the Ford chicane, curbs, gravel, and then curbs again. Did some under body damage to the car.
Yes, it looked like they were working on that one hard. You know, hadn't been able to get it repaired during the downtime.
Well, it's a French team. They'd have to stop for dinner, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Did you just mention that it did go across the curbs at Recordement quite violently in qualifying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
you
what
did.
I said. Yeah,
I missed that.
I'm wondering if that caused underbody damage.
It looks that way, doesn't it? Because the floor is very, very sensitive. So I'm not talking about the tub. I'm talking about the floor of the car.
Yeah.
And these cars very, very sensitive to the aerodynamic aids.
Car balance is good. A bit of entry instability in medium speed and off brake and on power under steer, slow speed. But generally good. I do one more lap and then I will fuel save. Yeah, as you wish. You need to get your rhythm. You're a good pace at the moment.
Yeah, so just talking about a bit of slow speed understeer when he's bleeding off the brake. So that'll be about now where he comes off the brake, and just as he tries to rotate the car, that will just go past the slip angle and push on a bit, which will delay the rotation and also his ability to pick up the throttle. So you do hemorrhage time, because if you can't get the car rotated, you'll be late on the throttle, and then you will actually lose time all the way up until your next braking zone. It's a staggering amount of time that you can lose by just not being able to pick up the throttle as early as you would have liked. Someone else going rally crossing this time.
Another Ferrari.
Yeah. So the it's the 70 car, isn't it? The car guy machine. That's Kimura, Vincent Abril and Kai Cozzolino in that machine. The sun has disappeared. The darkness is almost upon us here at Le Mans. And for me, there's something special about this time of the day. Whether or not it's free practice 3 or the race itself, there is something magical about seeing these cars race around this iconic Circuit de la Sarthe as the light fades. Right, you can get in touch on Twitter at Tom Gaymore, Gaymor, or at C Parsons 1947, at Mark Cole Comms. I think both Mark and Chris have their Twitter open. If not, if you tweet me or give us a follow, I will endeavour to read out some of your questions. If you have any questions, please do get in touch. Gary Brooker said, evening, Tom Gaymore. Looks like the Rebellion car is strong. Louis Delatraz looking good there. Bruno Senna was quick as well. Dan Parker saying, hi, Tom Gaymore, hope all is well. Got the 24 hours on. Yeah, good to hear from you. Andy Packer saying, what do you reckon, will Toyota go for a super quick lap and try and beat that 2017 time as it goes cooler? Well, we've had qualifying. They might do that tomorrow in Hyperpole. Toyota could go quickly in these conditions as well, but I don't think we will see the 2:15 marker that you're talking about beaten. Of course, we're in and around lap record territory if we were in race conditions. At the moment, though, Nathaniel Berton going very quickly. 3:19.1 in the number 3 Rebellion is comfortably quicker than they managed in qualifying. So if you watch qualifying earlier on, you'll know that the number 3 Rebellion was the car that got all of the track time in free practice 2, but didn't actually manage to go too well in qualifying. And it was the number 1 Rebellion that didn't have any of the track time in free practice 2, courtesy of an engine change that went quite well in qualifying, about 4 seconds off the Toyotas. But now a 3:19 is actually quicker than the Toyotas, about 1.5 seconds quicker than Sebastian Buemi at the moment, and about 3 seconds quicker than Mike Conway, who's in the 3:22. So impossible to compare. Now we're out of qualifying. We don't know what Toyota are doing or how much fuel they've got in the car and vice versa, or if they're even on new boots, because they'll be desperately trying to get some tyre data. That's what everyone's going to be missing, Mark and Chris, in this condensed schedule, the ability to really get some tyre data under their belts in terms of the triple stint and so forth.
Yeah, well, Pascal Vasselon, the team technical director, I think he complains too much. It's the same for everybody. It's not just Toyota. Everyone's got the same thing. They've all got to work their way through their schedules, through what they're deciding they do. They have a set pattern for each qualifying practice session, what they got to achieve. When it goes wrong like this, it goes very, very wrong. But generally, yes, you're just collecting data now, and you will be again tomorrow morning until that crucial hyperpole point, and that's going to be where everything comes to life. It'll be like watching P3 in a Formula 1 race, except these are proper cars.
So Sports Car Racing's got in touch saying, I've heard it mentioned that it was the 1967 Le Mans race run in September. I'm certain it was the 1968. Yeah, I've got 1968 in my notes. So if one of us said 1967 earlier, then I apologise. But I can assure you we do have 1968. And so that's that corrected. Red Rev 1917 says, will 2021 revert back to June, and will hypercars be out on track, or will COVID delay the changes, and will we see LMP1 out for a final time?
I think the answer, if I can answer that one, Tom, it's hoped to have it in June, but who knows what's going to happen these days. But I don't think they can put the introduction of hypercars back at all. The Rebellions, the LMP1s, have been sold to Alpine, who are going to run them as grandfathered cars, but the Toyota hypercar, the Baikolles hypercar and the Glickhouse hypercar are all said to be on schedule for next year.
And I think, you know, the real challenge is going to be how they keep the manufacturers coming into hypercar happy, and how they keep those with grandfathered LMP1 cars happy in terms of the equivalence of technology. And I know some at Toyota and Peugeot are saying, well, hypercar will be doomed before it even starts if there's too much in the way in terms of a shift of technology to balance the two, a bit like we've got here. I know that LMP1 is a challenging market at the moment, but the Toyotas have been pegged back so much that they can't afford to have that for all the hypercar manufacturers that are showing their commitment and putting their hands in their pocket to pretty much pioneer and develop that class.
Yeah, but one class that has been put back, or we think is going to be put back, is the alternative to the hypercar, which is the LMDH, which is the IMSA version of the LMP1, which was going to be debuted in 22, and now is back to 23. So there will be a 2-year with only the hypercars.
Yeah, that's worth noting. Carl Oakes has said thoughts on a song of this generation of LMP1 cars. Well, we sort of covered that. Deja Vu King says, I'm not sure if this is how you reach out to Eurosport's commentary team, but the 95 Dane trained to win this year, as long as the ACO doesn't get in the way with the balance of performance. Well, we covered that earlier, didn't we? And Aston Martin looking very strong. They've got pretty much all of their turbo boost back that they got taken away from them at the end of qualifying last year. Their weight is fairly favourable now in terms of the balance of performance. They're the same as Ferrari, and both manufacturers the same as last year. So with their turbo boost back, all they need to do now, as Mr. Deja Vu King says, and we all agree at Eurosport, is not to get it taken away again before the start of the race.
Oof, that would be a huge blow if that happened. Not popular.
Yes, to say the very least. Well, here's the #1 Rebellion, the sister car quickest of all. Bruno Senna's going to hand over that car to Gustavo Menezes, who's just doing his warm-up exercises on the apron. And they will be practicing the driver change as it is the real, because they've had so limited testing time to get all of these procedures practiced and underway. So this will be as real in terms of a practice pit stop. It's important that they do that. So Menezes now getting strapped into the car. He's got to remember everything that he's doing. They're doing a practice nose change as well. It'll be interesting to know if any downforce setting changes on that front.
Tom, if I can just come in here, we should tell our viewers that the teams do change the noses at night as the air changes, the temperature changes, therefore the density of the air changes, so that you will see noses being changed at night.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's what I was saying, whether or not this is a different nose in terms of performance or a practice change. I think it's a bit of both, otherwise they would have started with this nose.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
Some call it an icon, but you might call it the place where you met Mary. You might say Mum's magic car. We say digital innovation. But does it matter what we call it? You make a Golf, the Golf. So share, swipe, sing, and right now, enjoy 3 months on us with 3.6% APR representative. The all-new, all-digital Golf 8.
Buy the latest iPhone from Vodafone. And thanks to our annual upgrade promise, you can then get the latest iPhone every year with no upgrade fees. Yeah, you heard that right. That's the latest iPhone every year with no upgrade fees on our annual upgrade promise.
Trying to hit a deadline and your laptop just crashed? It's switching time to a Chromebook. Switch to built-in virus protection. Switch to Chromebook.
Same shirt?
Nice shirt, Tom.
Thanks. I'm getting that shirt.
I'm coming with you. Tom, so unique.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Football's back and we're celebrating with a new season sale. 2 great offers. Superfast fibre for $24.99 a month for 24 months. The price has never been lower. And you can get Big Sport, including Now TV, Sky Sports Pass and all BT Sports channels, half price for 6 months on BT TV. 198 Premier League matches, all the UEFA Champions League and the Europa League. Our fibre price has never been lower. And half price Big Sport for 6 months. 2 great offers in the new season sale. Switch now. Ends 26th of September. Call or visit bt.com to join today.
little on price so we can save you 35% on this like-for-like shop at Tesco. Save on big brands like these. Load up on all your goodies and groceries and bag these dinner winners. Because right now, a little price tag like that really helps. Now that's big on quality and always little on price.
So you join us here for night qualifying at Le Mans. It's pre-practice 3. I shouldn't call it night qualifying, it's practice, but it's night practice. What it is going to qualify is each driver who will be allowed to start the race. They all have to do 5 laps during this 4-hour session between 8 o'clock and midnight French time. We're now at 8:30 French time. We have got 45 cars on the track at the moment, which means there are still a number of cars that haven't gone out in this session yet, and 2 won't be going out, or one of them certainly will be the IDEC, which was crashed heavily in free practice 2 this afternoon. So as Tom Gaymore and Chris Parsons have said, it's been a fascinating qualifying, getting ready for tomorrow's hyperpole. Just 6 cars from each of those will go forward to that hyperpole, so there'll be 24 cars on the track. But otherwise, everything else until Saturday is now just free practice.
So that is one of the factory Ferraris we see has got a 10-second penalty.
No, a 10-second what penalty?
Yes, I didn't quite catch that one, Mark. The
well, United Autosports are leading the LMP2 Championship, and down in the pits is Richard Dean, who's going to be talking to us about night conditions.
Yeah, it's going to be very different. I think already you can sense the lack of people around and the lack of atmosphere building into the week already. Obviously not doing the signing on process, the scrutineering in the middle of the city is a big loss. But the main thing is we're here, we're racing, and I think to keep the people remaining in this sport, putting the action on track, people can enjoy it a different way on the sofa, get behind the scenes a bit more, but more importantly, keep everyone involved, because it will make next year even more special when we can get people back. I don't think it changes too much, other than the weather is the biggest thing, to be honest, whether there's going to be a storms during the night, which could be predicted. But honestly, I think, it will for sure extend each driver by maybe 1 hour in the night, but you're so used to it anyway. I think when I have thought about it more, it's more the fact that there's not so much going on around the track in terms of the amusements, the hospitalities, the fans, which light, in a sense, the forest a bit. Now it's going to get completely dark because of the lockdown.
So amazing, isn't it, how like Paul di Resta Richard Dean looks when he's got a mask on. But that point Paul made, very good about the city centre, the Place de Jacobin, they normally have the scrutineering. Of course, nothing happened there. The drivers' parade, which would normally be Friday afternoon, and is one of the highlights of the year for the city of Le Mans, because all the city residents get the chance to meet the drivers, meet them up close, get autographs, get their photographs with them. Not happening. None of that's happening. But having said that, we've still got a race, and a good point Paul just made about the light level is going to be much, much less, because there's not the attractions around the circuit. And every driver you talk to who races in the night at Le Mans says the one thing they come away with is the smell of barbecues.
Going back to the drivers' parade that you were talking about, Mark, 100,000 people come to Le Mans, the centre of Le Mans, under the cathedral to watch the drivers' parade. It is absolutely amazing. I'm sure that any of you who've been here in the past years will agree with that.
Yeah, and the other big thing we're going to miss, Chris, will be the Gulf liveried Reliant Robins.
Yes.
So.
Some of the cars you see coming down is just amazing.
Well, we've got that to look forward to again, and here we are at Le Mans on board with the 26G drive at the moment. This car in the hands of Roman Rusinov, the man from Moscow. He's driving a Jan-Erik Verne and Danish driver Mikkel Jensen. And G-Drive, of course, not only racing here at TDS Racing, but they've got a second car, haven't they, which is the G-Drive by Algarve, which Ryan Cullen, Ollie Jarvis and Nick Tandy are in. Tom, Nick Tandy and co, well known to you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously well known to a lot of people just because of their success. Nick Tandy and Oliver Jarvis, two of the most underrated British racing drivers of their generation, but two British stars that have had the manufacturers put their faith in them and so forth. And if it wasn't for the demise of Porsche and Audi, they would still be in those factory seats.
Driver change, Mikkel in car, he's rated seat.
Just going back, I'm looking through the stewards' notice board, and I've come across what they meant with the 51 Ferrari, the Alessandro Pierre Guidi machine. That in free practice 2 was pinged for a constant abuse of track limits. So therefore, they have to serve a 10-minute stop and go in this third free practice.
Ah, right. So it's not something that's being carried into the race. It's a 10-minute
stop and go in this third free practice.
That'll teach them.
Exactly. That'll learn them.
Gentlemen, I think we ought to explain, I'm sure most of our viewers know, but the platinum, gold, silver and bronze drivers and what they can do and what they can't do. Because in LMP2 and GT-AM, these designations take place, and in LMP2 they must have one of the 3 drivers must be a silver or bronze, and in GT-AM they must have 1 bronze and 1 silver or bronze. In other words, only 1 pro driver. So
the big grey area with the driver ratings is actually how they come about, because when you do look at some of the drivers and some of the ratings that are given to those drivers, there's a certain element of head scratching that goes on, to be diplomatic.
And your age counts, because the older you get, you go further down, don't you?
Silver. Silver Fox.
Yeah, Tom, you mentioned about the stewards penalty against the 51AF course car, Pierre Guidi, 10-minute stop and go. Yeah, that apparently he abused track limits on 11 separate occasions. And I'm just looking at another decision where 22 drivers after that qualifying session were reported for track limits. They've all been noted. No one at this time has actually been punished other than deletion of lap times, but it's a lot of well-known people like Benjamin Barker, Ben Handley, Bruno Senna, Pierre Guidi, Sebastian Buemi, Combe Ledegaard, Tony Villander, Alex Brundle, Giancarlo Fisichella, and even Johnny Molem, who normally can do no wrong. So I mean, they are really coming down hard now, and that's fine. You know, they're told what the track limits are. You have to stick to them.
Mark, there's an element there, I think, of Eduardo Freitas dishing out these warnings at this point in the meeting, so that he says to the drivers very clearly, we are watching you, don't do this in the race.
Yeah, Tom, when we were doing WEC Spa for Eurosport a month ago, we had that in qualifying, a lot of track limit penalties handed out, and nearly everyone was as good as gold in the race.
Yeah, don't get me started on the track limits debacle. It was somewhat solved at Mugello with quite a good understanding of where and the cars couldn't go with gravel traps and grass. Wasn't it refreshing to see the Grand Prix at Mugello last week? And I have to say, Le Mans, though, one of the most challenging old school circuits. There are elements that have been widened, and that's for safety. the Porsche curves, one of them, and there are one or two areas where the curbs are flatter, so that's where we're struggling a bit with track limits. So if you dig out where a lot of the track limit infringements were, you're going to see up at Dunlop, down at Tetra Rouge on the exit, and through some of the chicanes, and Recordemont, the curves are quite flat there, so it's quite easy to go the wrong side of the curve, and if you've just missed your braking zone, there's no gravel that meets the curve. They have a bit of asphalt before the gravel, and that's what's been inviting for the drivers.
Now, as you watch this driver change rebellion, did you notice as Bruno Senna came into the pit lane, as soon as they hit the pit lane button, the interior of the car illuminated? So obviously it helps the driver change, helps the crew who've got to change, drink bottles, do other things like that. I'd not noticed that before.
Yeah, it's a good and obvious addition. If I didn't see it, but certainly makes sense, doesn't it? It's going to be incredibly dark there as we see one of the Ferraris just making their way into pit lane.
With dark cockpits.
That's the JMW Motorsport machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magnussen's in this car, isn't he?
Yeah, well, of course, that's why they've done in the honour of doing it in the Corvette colours, the canary yellow and black. Jim and Valerie McGuirty, who operate the team out of Essex under team manager Tim Sugden. Of course, Tim Sugden himself a British GT champion, and but great to see that Corvette livery just being carried over in honour of Jan on board.
Oh dear,
that was a bit brutal.
Yeah, this is why I thought it was a bit strange when that 66 was coming in, why it looked to be where it was when it came in. But that's Richard Highstand who's aboard that machine. Now that may be frowned upon. There's no way that he could have made a safe decision that there was nothing up the inside of him as he cut across the racetrack there into the pit lane. But that is not for me to decide. That is for the 6 race stewards to decide, and I'm sure they'll have something to say on that.
You know, Richard's from Orlando, and interestingly, he's here by virtue of the fact he was the top WeatherTech GTD bronze winner last year.
He's got a fair old bash on the front there, though, Mark. That may be why he took to the pit lane.
It was the spirit of race. Ferrari, the F Corsa car, wasn't it? Duncan Cameron, Aaron Scott, and Matt Griffin in that machine that he clashed with. That was at Recordemont down the final corner. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the stewards decide on that one. As it stands, it's still the Aston Martins that are dominating GTE, the class of the cars we're just talking about, with the Gulf Racing Porsche of Michael Wainwright just behind.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
Let's go, Peloton! Dave and Cardiff, you've got this.
Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Nice work, Peloton. I got you. Come on. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
Ooh, that's a low price.
Oh, wow. That's a low price. And so it is.
This is a low price.
That's a low price. That's what I said.
Amazon. Low prices anytime, anywhere.
Join over 500,000 Pharmacy to You patients getting their repeat prescriptions delivered the easy way for every person and every condition. Pharmacy to You. Download the app today.
Henry Dicer, paperboy, 1904, helped on his rounds by his best friend. 10 years later, he went to war, leaving behind his wife, Eliza. Soon, Henry was in the paper himself, commended for bravery. He never made it home to meet his daughter. I didn't know my great-granddad Henry, but now I do.
Bring your backstory to life with Ancestry.
Philip Schofield here. I'm a firm believer that every second counts. And with WeBuyAnyCar.com, you could find out how much your car's worth in under 60 seconds, leaving you more time to do whatever you want to do. Like goat yoga, for instance. Really gets the knots out. To find out how much your car's worth in 60 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Across the UK, we're connecting families to the entertainment they love. With an Apple TV 4K on us, with Vodafone Extra Broadband. Enjoy movies and shows at super fast speeds. And an Apple TV 4K on us. It's a great time to switch to Vodafone Broadband.
On board with Marco Sorensen heading down to the Michelin chicane, and this the 95 car currently running in 5th place overall, 354.5 compared to a 352.1. Kevin Estre quickest of all in the 92 Porsche. It's Porsche Ferrari, the Risi Competizione car of Sebastian Bourdais up in 3rd place, with the WeatherTech racing machine of Tony Verlander in 4th. But we know that this Aston Martin, based on what we saw in qualifying, is very, very quick. But there is some ebb and flow in that GTE Pro class in terms of not getting pinged before the race starts in terms of the balance of performance. So expect to see fireworks. I think it's going to be very, very close. Aston Martin do look good though. We know Ferrari always go well here in terms of timing it right and playing the game well. And the new Porsche in GTE Pro is a new car, of course. That car, they've never ever run it here at Le Mans because there was no test day, chaps. So they claim that they're on the back foot, but I can't believe Porsche are ever on the back foot.
No doubt they built a Le Mans somewhere to test on.
Yeah, quite. That's what the virtual world's for, Chris. They've been on the simulator. Racing drivers love that. So back to the overall action. It's still the number 3 Rebellion that is quickest of all. Ye Old Autosport says the Autosport guide's got that Rebellion as number 2. Who's right, Tom Gaymore or Autosport? Well, I can assure you it's number 3. So for once, I might be right on this. I can't claim the success though, because it's obviously on the official entry list in front of me. It's not something I've worked out. There's the damage that is still on that JMV machine. But it's off its stilts and back out for some more running.
Yeah, I think they'll sort the bodywork out for tomorrow, won't they? Long as it's mechanically sound, that should be good. So, true darkness now, as we say, descending over the circuit. There are certain areas of the circuit lit up, as you can see here. But anyway, Gustavo Menez has won 2 races this year, Berlin, at Shanghai and Kota. Not only that, but he and his car have had the last 4 pole positions in the WEC. Can they do it tomorrow? Let's have a word with him. We had a chat with him yesterday.
Almost 11 hours of track running tomorrow, which is crazy when you think of a 12 to 16 hour day. We're spending 75% of the day on the circuit. And we have changes and debriefs and strategy meetings in between. So it's a very intense day tomorrow. obviously going directly into Friday with qualifying in Hyperpole with the car that we rebuilt Thursday night for the race on Saturday. So not only this, but there's a special kind of pressure on Hyperpole, because of course you want to fight for the pole, but it is a 24-hour race. And for one of the first times, we're going into the race with our full race car because we don't have time to rebuild it after qualifying. So there's always in the back of our head the management of the car that we have to keep for the race on Saturday, so we cannot take full risk.
It's a very, very different dynamic this week. The elongated timetable, meaning that teams and drivers really are balancing that risk versus reward. And we've seen the IDEC Sports squad bitten. We saw 2 big crashes in FP2 earlier on today. And can you believe it? They both fell under the same umbrella, the 17 IDEC Sport and the 28 IDEC Sport. So it's cruel luck, whoever the team is, in terms of the amount of work that now needs to go into rebuilding a car. Can you quite imagine what it's like when it's both of your cars that have hit the wall in separate incidents? That both those incidents brought out the red flag. Big question mark over Dwight Merriman and his fitness in the 17. And Kyle Tilley, Jonathan Kennard will hopefully get out in that car later on. The 28, well, that's a whole new tub, so that is going to be rebuilt. As we see the Signatech Alpine car, that's another case of risk versus reward. That's a whole new floor, we think, being worked on there in terms of that car. One point, and this is our fellow lead commentator Louise Beckett, who will be joining us throughout the weekend, has raised with me, Mark, is Nicolas Manassian is, of course, the team boss at IDEC. Wouldn't he love to get his racing overalls and helmet back on? Yeah, so I'm sure Nicolas Manassian, the team boss at IDEC, needs no introduction in terms of his success at Le Mans, and I'm sure he'd very much like to get going if there was any question mark over any of the drivers, but that's just something that's on my wish list, probably on his as well.
Tom, we've got one of the Porsches going very slowly. Looks like Mulsanne.
Yeah, that's the 92. And aboard that machine, and it's Kevin Estra who's aboard it. It's the quickest car at the moment in class.
Yeah, he's on get you home throttle, isn't he? Going by the graphics there.
So what has happened?
Rear puncher.
Yes, rear left puncher, but no alarm. Okay, I'm driving slowly.
So you can just see the car sitting down. I was going to say it looked like something untoward with one of the rear tyres. You just see that right side just looks higher than the left, and that's the left rear. Now this can do a lot of damage because that is right at the beginning of the Mulsanne, Chris, so well spotted, and he's got to go through the Michelin chicane now all the way down to Mulsanne corner, and he's got a long, long way still to go. The cool racing machine of Nico Lapierre. Cool racing here for the first time. Nicolas Lapierre is, of course, not here for the first time. Very much the stalwart in that stable, and I think we're going to hear from Nico Lapierre. We spoke to him earlier, and he talks to us about some of the conditions and challenges around racing in September.
Yeah, first of all, we are really happy to be here. You know, it was always a question whether the race is going to happen or not. So we are very pleased to be here, even if it's going to be different than the usual Le Mans. But in the end, it's good to be here, and the race will still be the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So we are looking forward to it. Obviously, it's a different week for us. No test days. So for us, as a new team in Le Mans, it's it's not great, but we have to deal with it, and we will try our best to be competitive, but for sure the schedule is going to be way different than what we are used to. Clearly the main difference is the length of the night, for sure. That's going to be the difference that's going to affect drive time, the tire temperature, and all this kind of stuff. So this is why we try to anticipate as much as we can. The temperature is still really hot, so quite similar to what we had in June the last few years. But yeah, main change is going to be the night change and the timing as well, which is more packed than usual. We are driving until Friday midday, so then the mechanics, they have a very short time to prepare the car for the race. So these are going to be the two main different factors.
Well, Damien Faulkner is just about to take over from me, guys, so I shall see you a little later.
So that still makes 3 of us, because you'll be stuck with me, Tom Gaymore, Chris Parsons, and now Damien Faulkner, who steps into Mark Cole's shoes. Big shoes to fill, but yeah, Damien here bringing his expert driver's eye view as we see the Team Netherlands car through Tetra Rouge. Now that car was quickest of all in LMP2 earlier on, so that means it progresses automatically through with that man Nick de Vries at the wheel, automatically through to Super or Hyperpole as it's called tomorrow morning.
That was a very wide line out of Tetra Rouge, wasn't it, Damien?
Well, as Damien gets plugged in, it was Fritz van Aert at the wheel, Chris. So yeah, he's not the most experienced round here. So Fritz van Aert is the amateur driver in this relationship. He's far from an amateur because his pace is really impressive and he's very, very quick. He does have two, well, one's a megastar in terms of Nick de Vries, and one is a megastar in his own right, Guido van der Garde. They're both world champions when it comes to karting, and Guido van der Garde, obviously a former Grand Prix driver. So when you're up against two megas like that, Fritz van Aert doing very well to hang on to the back of the coattails. But his fortune is the Jumbo sponsorship that is on the car, and that's a supermarket chain. And so that might be the answer, Chris, just because of familiarity, really, and just letting the car run. But there is no real need to be out there because of the pickup.
The Fritz van Aert has come on very well as a driver, though, and yeah, the other two are the superstars, and let's hope he can keep it on the road. Meanwhile, Tom, I was looking at the bottom end of the grid, and there are still 7 cars that haven't set a time in this session. The 2 IDEX Sport that we anticipated, the Alpine that we've been looking at several times. We know that the Cetilar Racing Dallara hasn't set a time. One of the AF course cars, the number 51, and the Hub Auto Racing Ferrari. So 7 cars, you know, haven't set times.
No, the interesting thing is with that Collado machine, the 51 AF Corsa, is it has done a couple of out and ins. So it's been out, but it hasn't done a complete lap, if that makes sense. A timed lap, no. But the others haven't been out at all, apart from the Cetilar one. This is a real indication as to just how slowly you have to go with a puncture, because he can only ever damage the car further, and the damage, if the carcass comes away from the belt, or the belt of the tyre comes away, then the damage to the floor and the surrounding bodywork and some of the uprights and suspension elements can be catastrophic.
We've seen that so many times, but it's free practice, so he's got the time to get the car back in a safe manner. As we see Le Mans resident Sebastian Bourdais in the pit.
The ball of headlights head down to the final chicane. Just under 3 hours to go now in this final free practice, which is free practice 3. That's a tongue twister to get out, isn't it? And the overall classification currently led still by Rebellion. They're 1.5 seconds quicker than the 7 Toyota. And that 7 car has the 8 Toyota just behind, with the number 1 Rebellion in 4th. As the GTE lead car, Kevin Estre, on screen, brings that stricken 92 Porsche with its 50th anniversary livery back to pit lane. That car continues to lead class ahead of the sister machine, the 91 Porsche, Fred Makovicky in that car. Then it's the Risi Competizione machine. Sebastian Bourdais was just on screen looking rather hot and bothered, but he's up into 3rd place now ahead of the WeatherTech Ferrari, the 63. In AM, well, believe it or not, it's not the 98 Aston Martin. It's the Dempsey Proton Racing machine, the 88 car, and that's one of the first times, Chris, that we've not seen the Aston Martin on the top.
Yes, they've well, that tyre's, he's done very well to get that car back without, as you talked about earlier, Tom, without the carcass breaking up and causing even more damage. Very good. Yeah, Astons have had a free run at it in the previous sessions, but no, this time they whether they've taken their foot off the gas or what, I don't know. As we go into, someone's obviously had a
cloud
big
of tar smoke.
Yeah, someone's had a lock-up.
It's almost an ominous feeling, isn't it? Because you're actually scanning around for yellow flags, anything in the gravel, and for the driver it's no different. On board Tom Ferrier's TF Sport machine, the number 90 car. Sally Yuluk aboard that car as we head now down to Indianapolis. Look how dark it is and challenging. And the headlights do such a good job of illuminating the road ahead into the camber now. And it's on this element that so many people get it wrong. You slow the car for that initial right, and then as you get the car straightened again, it's a big braking zone for the left-hander. And now it's all about exit. Very easy to miss your braking spot here. Lock the inside right wheel and not be able to get the car rotated, and then you're really slow on your run up to the Porsche curves. No problems for Sally Yuluk though aboard this Aston Martin. So the championship leading Aston, the red car, through the Porsche curves.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
K, the new eau de parfum by Dolce & Gabbana.
Said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me, and after all, you're my Wonderwall.
The all-new Renault Clio, available as a hybrid from September.
Amazing deals now on at Currys PC World. You could get £100 off this thin, light HP Windows laptop with an Intel Core i5 processor plus up to 10 hours battery life. Now only $479. And get free next day delivery. Or you could even get your laptop for free with a 1 in 20 chance of winning your money back when you buy a laptop for $349 or more. At Currys PC World.
trying to hit a deadline and your laptop just crashed? It's switching time to a Chromebook. Switch to built-in virus protection. Switch to Chromebook.
In life, you cannot always choose what you do, but you can always choose who you are. We are the Sappers. With every brace and every cufflink, we say, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Big idea was to take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and you mix these things together, and what you get is...
This is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
Car, our cars come with a 10-day money-back guarantee. Hey, buying a car never felt so good.
Christian Reed just recovering his Dempsey Proton back to the pit lane, it looks, after a tête-à-queue at the final chicane, and there is the Dempsey Proton. So we're going to see a replay. Well, he lost that very early on. Did something go wrong? I mean, I can't imagine he's locked the rear wheels that early on, Damien, in the braking zone.
It's just a very difficult... I mean, we've seen this a few times now today, haven't we? This first part of the Ford chicane, it's quite quick. There's only one line through there. You have to be very precise. Looks like he's just carried a little bit too much speed, lost the rear end.
Well, it's almost as if it's in the braking zone, though.
Yeah,
like you know, when you hit the pedal, that first 100 bar, and it's almost locked the rear axle straight away.
Too much brake bias to the rear. Yeah.
That's a good sign. There goes the Alpine out onto the circuit. They've obviously completed their service and it's off out. Of course, that car had a big accident at Spa, and then in one of the sessions earlier today, it had went off at the Ford chicanes and really bounced a lot. We think they damaged the underfloor. They seem to be changing the underfloor, which is quite a big job in these cars.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
So that's Eduardo Freitas there, just putting everyone under full course yellow. We got a car off. No, we haven't. Those lights on the left-hand side fooled me somewhat. I thought they were headlights facing us, but they didn't seem to be that. So Eduardo Freitas has an option to open up slow zones in terms of slowing the cars down, or to put everyone under full course yellow conditions, which is essentially the whole circuit under slow zone. Everyone has to travel at 80 kilometers an hour. And failing that, he's got the option of 3 safety cars that he can deploy at different points of the circuit. But this, fairly new over the last couple of years, the slow zones and the full course yellow. Full course yellow, probably the, I would say, fairest way of doing things. You can lose a lap easily under safety car, and you can lose time, as I was talking about earlier, under the slow zones, depending on where you are. For example, you might go through a slow zone twice. Your closest rival in the race may only go through it once, and that could mean you hemorrhage a lot of time. Now, this is a replay of that very, very fast accident, and as Damien said, it's very quick on the way in here, but That is a strange accident, and one that would get the heartbeat racing, Damien.
Yeah, and no doubt, I mean, whilst there's probably, I mean, there might be little bits of carbon fibre broken off the floor, you know, around the front nose, but it's going to want a good old blowout, isn't it, with the air gun, because there was an awful lot of gravel there.
That was a big spin, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it certainly would have woken up Christian Reed, that's for sure, if he needed waking up.
Yeah.
Right, those of you that have got in touch on Twitter, thanks for your tweets. You can give us all a follow, and you can tweet any questions that you may have into at Tom Gaymore, at Damien Faulkner, at Chris Parsons 1947. We've got one or two questions here.
I'm looking at one, Tom, from Ryan Collins. Do you think there will be more nighttime incidents with the longer levels of darkness and the large amounts of drivers never having raced at Le Mans? Or do you think there will be less class overtaking because the newer drivers will be more conservative? Good one. We're certainly seeing a lot of incidents at the moment, and we did with the amateur drivers this afternoon see quite a few accidents. So I think you're right.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the drivers tested. Driving at Le Mans is challenging. The extra daylight hours are challenging. Normally the teams try to protect the AM drivers from the difficult conditions at night. We've got inclement weather forecasts, maybe thunderstorms and rain, so that's going to add spice to the equation. So I think that could be very, very difficult for everyone to manage. Lee Jacko's got in touch saying, this is my first Le Mans. My girlfriend loves motorsport and has seen this before, but yeah, you're not at the campsite, so you're going to watch from her garden in Mostyn, Wales, as it's her birthday Sunday. So can you say hi to Sarah from Leah? So yeah, happy birthday, and I hope you enjoy it, Leah.
Full course yellow removed.
And I hope you enjoy your day, Sarah, as well, as we get back to green flag action. And there's one or two good questions here. So Tom does commentary, that's not me. Fantastic to see the cars running at night once again. I'd personally love to see GT3 cars at Le Mans. The SRO run good close races, so it'd be great to see the teams take on Le Mans. They aren't short of entries. Well, the GT3 car, not a million miles away from the GTE Pro Class or GTE AM Class cars now, Damien, in terms of outright pace, are they? I mean, when GT3 first started, it really was to teach the amateur how to go racing. It's now an argument that GT3 is too quick for the AM to jump straight in.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's serious performance now from a GT3, but one of the biggest differences is there is ABS on a GT3 and none on the GTEs. So that's just something else that the drivers here at Le Mans have to contend with, and it's a further challenge because sometimes you see them locking wheels. And a locked wheel means a flat spot, and if you Fred Flintstone the tyre, you're more than likely going to have to pit for new boots. And of course, you know, they have to double stint, at least double stint, particularly the GTEs. Of course, the prototypes have to triple stint and perhaps even quadruple stint because they don't have new tyres, the allocation of new tyres to fit at each pit stop.
Natalie Allett got in touch saying, nice to see Aston Martin doing well in qualifying. What do you think their chances are in the race? Well, if it stands like this, I think Aston Martin have a very, very good chance of winning Le Mans this year.
Yeah, of course, they've got to get through the Friday night, don't they, and into Saturday without being affected by the BOP. So, but it looks quite close. I mean, you alluded to that earlier on, Tom, when you said that they probably have a target time, not specifically Aston Martin, but all of the manufacturers. So that's why we saw times that were really, really close, if not identical, for the a 13-odd kilometre lap here. The times were phenomenally close, which would suggest that the BOP is quite close. I know we've been saying all along that Aston Martin are really, really happy. So it remains to be seen, but it'll be interesting.
Gentlemen, Tom, I think I remember seeing that the ACO had said that they wouldn't change the BOP after qualifying.
I am 100% certain that they can still change.
Do it.
Yeah, they can still change. I think you might have read they're not planning to.
Yeah, that would suggest that they've done a good enough job already, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
that's...
you were saying, Damien, they do seem to have done a pretty good job. The GT pros are very close.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it earlier, even in the, although they're not BOP'd, the LMP2s, like, it's just phenomenally close over. This lap is so long. I mean, you're, really used to just, tracks that are like 4 or 5 kilometers long maximum. This one's 13.6 kilometers long. And to have times that are like hundredths, tenths of a second away from each other, that's phenomenal competition.
It's been mightily close at times. We've had 3 cars separated by a tenth in both LMP1 and GTE. That has really blown my mind, because, that's the sort of spread that you'd see at Brands Hatch, never mind around a 3.5-4 minute lap. So Jeff Mason, 1 or 2 others have been talking about Daza F1, Philip Lane and Ye Olde Autosport, all talking about whether or not the atmosphere here is not quite the same without the crowd. Now, we can't obviously disagree with that, but what I will say is what a fabulous job everyone has done in terms of getting us here, and how wonderful it is to see cars back at Le Mans with everything that we've all been through and continue to go through. The ACO and the FIA, all the teams and drivers have done a remarkable job in terms of sticking to their bubbles and delivering a show here. It's not the same without the Ferris wheel and the barbecue, the smoke coming across the Mulsanne here, and the smell of burgers, and the light, and the party, and the sort of pop music and all the rest of it. That's just Damien's iPod, but everything that goes into it, it's not quite the same, but I have to say it's still magical. Every time you see cars, that starburst of lights coming towards you on the screen, the night time here at Le Mans, and all of these special machines and incredibly talented drivers taking us around this 13.6 kilometers. For me, it's always special. It's never not special, but definitely very different times, and I think we're all living in different times, whether or not it's Le Mans or whatever we're doing at the moment.
And
Guys,
if I could just come in here, the effort that the people at Eurosport have put in to make sure that this happens was been absolutely terrific.
Here, here.
Yeah, a lot of people involved in bringing you this production of the race.
Yeah, we've got 7 people on site. We normally have about 80 on site. It's been a real challenge for everybody in and around the broadcasting world for COVID times. Just to give you an example, we're commentating all in the same commentary building, if you like, or set of booths, but we're in 3 different booths next to each other. We can't see each other, and that's a positive for me, not being able to see Damien. But
you beat me to it.
I knew what was coming, you see.
Yeah.
And no, in all seriousness, it is a challenge. But we make the best of it, and we go racing. And we're looking forward to bringing all the coverage, everyone at Eurosport, bringing all the coverage to you.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
For Rolex and motorsport,
And away we go!
it began in 1935.
Bluebird is burning up Daytona again.
Championing the legendary races from Le Mans to Melbourne and the drivers who test the limits. Continuing to move motorsport ahead.
We're doing it again.
People's Postcode Lottery's 30k a day is back.
£30,000 to be won every single day in the October draws.
£30,000 for every player in the winning postcode.
For your chance to win, sign up before midnight on the 24th of September to play in the October draws. It could be your postcode next.
Want a laptop you don't have to charge like 10 times a day? It's switching time to a Chromebook with up to 12 hours of battery life. Or how about one with automatic updates that won't interrupt you? Chromebook can do that. Or built-in virus protection so you won't lose all your stuff. It's switching time. There, that's better. So yeah, if you want all of that, switch to Chromebook.
New car, John?
Yes, Danny.
When did you pick it up?
Motorpoint delivered it.
Didn't fancy going to the branch?
Oh, no. We couldn't leave Ralphie. We found it on their website, didn't we?
Good deal, John.
They're never beaten on price, Daniel. Buy your car your way at Motorpoint.
Taking it for a spin yet, John?
Not yet. Ralphie's not ready.
Ready.
Motorpoint. Car buying made easy.
I'm Melvin and I'm an associate at Amazon. I have 2 kids. I'm now a grandfather. I'm a DJ as well, and it's what I do in my spare time when I'm not here.
I'll take this down there.
I'm 61 years old. I'm a young 61. I'm pretty fit for my age. Yeah, I was a bit worried about getting another job because people only see the number, they don't see the man. And then I got this job here. I'm very proud of doing what I'm doing.
2 pairs of prescription glasses delivered to your door for just £17.95, with lens coatings included in the price. £6 prescription glasses from selectspecs.com.
So we got a yellow flag and a white flag down the Mulsanne straight as well. So I wonder if we've got a slow car somewhere. At the moment, it's
or
very
a new
difficult.
pope.
Yeah, exactly. That's smoke. That's white smoke, not white flag. Okay, get your facts right. Very
Well, this
impressive.
is 2020,
good knowledge there, Damien. Very good knowledge. So let's listen to Eduardo.
Please. We have debris on track at Marshall Post 6. We have debris on track at Marshall
there.
Post 6.
Yeah.
Whoa, look at that for carbon fibre. Wow.
Yes.
Well,
that is Tetra Rouge, I think.
Has someone hit the wall and carried on, or are they still in the barrier? Because we just need it to go left a bit, don't we? But that is a lot of damage for somebody that has just run over something.
I would imagine that's going to have to be a slow zone, isn't it?
Yes.
Turn 6 is quite miserable.
That's a nice understatement.
There we go. There we go. It's an LMP2, isn't it? Look.
Or is it the Collins car?
It looks like the Delta Wing. Looks like it's only got 3 wheels.
Could it be the Collins car? I'm trying to think. What is yellow and black? Here we go. Well, it could be a few.
And it's an LMP2.
Yeah. Well, it could be the Racing Team Netherlands car. It could be the By-Collins car.
No, I think it's the By-Collins car.
Could be the
judging
Jackie Chan.
by the graphics.
Yeah, it could be By-Collins, you know. So anyway, let's not speculate, as we just have done for the last however many minutes. But the red flag is out.
There you go.
And it looks as though the front bodywork's come away, whether or not that is due to an incident or they've run over a curve or the bodywork's, you know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that the bodywork has just peeled away as they've changed the nose and it hasn't been as secure as they would have hoped. But that is not great. Look at the amount of debris that everyone is running through. That is going to be problematic. And that is a telltale sign that it could be the By-Collies car.
Well done, Damien.
It's Bruno Spengler in the car at the moment. So he sort of debuted in that car at Spa, didn't he, last time around? And I think that was only his second World Endurance start, I'm pretty sure, Bruno Spengler, last time out in Spa. I'll do some digging on that, because very, very experienced driver, of course. But I was surprised when I saw that statistic. Either way, we're desperate to see what has gone on with that car. So
there seems to be a lot of gravel on the circuit as well there, whether that was there before or whether that was brought on by the accident or whatever happened to him. We don't know.
Well, it is the left-hand side of the car, isn't it? Because it was just the right-hand headlight that was working.
But that's interesting, Damien. They're replacing the rubber markers on the left-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah, and those things can do big damage. I mean, they're designed to flex, but you don't want to hit them.
Mm.
You have to reset for this race. It's very unknown. Lots of cars join between the WEC cars, ELMS. But we've had a good run, certainly in WEC, with 3 wins in a row coming into this race. On the back of ELMS, like you say, it's also been successful. But the most important thing is to be here, the stability within the team, and I think that's key. After that, it's 24 hours of racing, which is quite incredible. Mixed up weather. The weather is not normal, I think, for this time of year also. But the biggest challenge for us, honestly, is the first time we're here with an Orica car. We don't have the pre-test to get to grips with it. We don't have as much testing. So, you know, for the other guys who are more experienced, they're going to be in a better position quickly. But I hope we can use everything we have to certainly challenge them. There's only one ambition. You come here to win the race. I think this year we honestly have a car that can win the race. Before, in the past, we were always fighting an uphill battle because of the Ligier. It was not performing the same. But now, with our recent success and where we are, I can honestly say we're coming into this to believe we can do it. Whether we can is only one thing. You know, reliability can play a part, the driver's fitness, the team. Everything and part of this jigsaw needs to align. And if this aligns, then you'll do a good job. But honestly, to get on the podium, I think would be a great success.
And that was Paul Di Resta. It's amazing. I know they're both Scottish, but how similarly he sounds to Sir Jackie Stewart.
Probably brought up on hearing Sir Jackie talk. Now, they seem to be looking at the barrier on the outside there, don't they?
Yeah, I'm just having a look through some of the notice board decisions that are just coming out of race control. Marco Baronsward pointed me in that direction.
It's from the line. Okay. We have rear is stable. Also the brake. It just has some understeer the high speed motors, but from my side it's completely fine like this. Just drive through the race. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Now it's good. It's definitely a little bit more soft.
So there is the stricken By-Collies car, Bruno Spengler at the wheel of that. So he's definitely hit something. There's considerable damage to that. But some of these decisions here, that the 52 AF Corsa car has had its qualifying times dismissed. So that's one of the AM cars that will start at the back of the grid. There's news regarding the 17 machine. It's not participated in qualifying or FP3. This is the blue IDEC machine that hit the wall at the Porsche curbs. The car will be allowed to take part in the race, subject after repairs are inspected by the scrutineers, and also to start under the following conditions, which are to start from the pit lane after all the competitors have covered one racing lap. The drivers will be allowed to take part in the race subject to certain provisions, we don't know what they are, and concerning Mr. Merriman, subject to medical advice allowing him to race. No information on the 28 car yet, but that's the latest from race control on the 17 IDEC, which was the slightly lesser damaged car, wasn't it? The 28's the one with the whole new tub. Yeah, that has definitely hit something, hasn't it? That's not just...
that's hit something more than a little plastic
bollard.
Flappy bollard.
Yeah, there's something underneath it as well. Maybe the spin of the nose cone, but yeah. Let's hope they've got plenty of spares.
So red flag conditions, everyone queuing up behind the Bicolet's car that has no headlights anymore because they're somewhere around the Tetra Rouge area of the circuit. And the big cleanup is underway.
Talking of all the people that normally here at the circuit who are now watching us, I've just had a WhatsApp from my son and grandson who are watching in Reigate. The people obviously watching us from all over Britain, well, all over the world, who would normally have made their way to Le Mans in June. Anyway, hopefully you're all enjoying this. Not what these mechanics are enjoying.
So red flag conditions still here at Le Mans. One of the other decisions just to come out of race control is the Risi Competizione car, the Ferrari driven by Sébastien Bourdais, Jules Gounon and Olivier Pla, is also going to have to start at the back of the grid in its category. It was pretty much at the back of the grid in its categories. It's only going to drop 1 or 2 places, I can't remember. But that is after the car was lifted under parc fermé conditions. Well, Bruno Spengler now going to talk to his engineer.
Okay. They say they're going to send something. Keine Ahnung, ich bin über diesen Curb gekommen. Ja. 4 Räder in der Luft. So wie irgendwas auf der Strecke wäre.
Yeah, so he's talking about souvirage, which is the understeer in French. So you have souvirage is understeer and souvirage is oversteer.
Very impressed with your French, Tom.
Yeah. Tête de queue is spin, and je suis dans le bac de gravel is I'm in the gravel. There you go. Key terms you need to know as a racing driver if you race in France.
But of all the places you don't want understeer, Tetra Rouge would be it. Because it's a very quick corner, isn't it?
Yeah, it's monstrously fast. It's a lot quicker in the car, and it's one of those difficult corners, Damien, you'll know this as the resident racing driver, that you actually, if you attack it, you get in more bother. It's a bit like the old hairpin at Donington. You actually need to brake earlier than you think, have the car nice and flat and keep the minimum speed up through the corner.
Well, you do, and it's threading the needle, isn't it, really? There's just one line through there. So, and then with the Mulsanne straight, you know, exiting, so you want your exit to be really, really good. I'm just wondering what happened. Presumably he's talking about the understeer pre the crash, because he would have had a bit of understeer on the way back there with the wing all twisted and folded in under the car, and it remains to be seen what other damage is done. But yeah, that was quite a heavy hit, because you know, that's a very strong piece of the car, and you can see the crews there. Are they looking at the tyre barrier to be making some fixes to that?
it looks as though he's gone straight into the wall, hasn't he? Which is where, I think it was Pastor Maldonado had an accident last year. Was it Pastor Maldonado last year? But it's a very no jokes.
Yeah, sorry.
It's quite a common place to go off, because if you do attack the corner and you do get a bit of oversteer on the way in, or you overcorrect, as soon as you're offline, Damien, as you say, it's only one line, so you're straight to the scene of your own accident, aren't you? There's very little getting out of that.
Yeah, that is true. And I couldn't help but notice there the number 50 car and the two girls having a chat, the two drivers. Their sponsor is Richard Mille this weekend, and one of them wearing a beautiful Richard Mille watch. Really, really jealous.
Yeah, they don't come cheap.
Oh my
Richard
God,
Mille
they don't.
Watches. They start at a couple of £100,000, don't they?
They might have to give them back by the end of the weekend.
Well, Bruno Senna getting into his rebellion as Damien dreams of a watch he can't afford.
That is true.
Looking at their sponsor, I looked at the prices of Rebellion watches. They're not cheap either.
No, and Rebellion, of course, the big news around this is the swan song for Rebellion, isn't it, really, in terms of their involvement?
It's certainly the last time they say they're going to be at Le Mans, yes. I don't know whether they're going to the last race at Bahrain, but we will see. But not the last time we see that car.
No, because that's going to be a Signatech Alpine car next year, rebranded, which is very much sort of what they've done with the Oreca this year, isn't it, Alpine?
Yes.
Rebranded it.
Yeah. And, well, the Rebellion is an Oreca.
Is an Oreca, it is.
Yeah. It's a very effective machine.
Guys, another question on Twitter here. Zenith, hello guys, looking forward to the race here. Can you explain what the various antennas on the front of the cars do, especially the ones that are bent at a right angle?
Yes. Do you want to start? Well, they're actually airflow meters, aren't they? The ones that are bent at a right angle.
They are. They measure airflow. They're like the ones you see in the front of an airplane. They measure wind speed very, very accurately. There's a name for them. I can't think of it right now.
There's a reason we're not engineers.
Speak for yourself.
Yes, but that's a good question. And then the other antenna is for all the live telemetry and the live data, and also the communications. And one of the talking points this weekend about not having any crowd here is actually how clear the airwaves are going to be in terms of the GPS and stuff like that. They're not going to have the communication battle that they normally have with all of the whatever you call it, you know, the phones connecting to different masts and various different things in the area. So that's one benefit for the teams and drivers for not having the fans here. So.
Yeah, looking quickly on the low speed balance, in terms of mechanical roll balance, would you be keen on going one step more to the rear, or are you happy with the low speed balance? One step to the rear, I mean...
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
Following a few hiccups in their first year, the CEOs of Britain's newest bank, Antandek, are reaffirming their brand beliefs.
The secret of banking is really simple. You can go on all you want about crunchy numbers and algorithmics, but essentially it's all about giving people what they want.
Tiny pens.
Tiny weeny pens.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they're running free virtual scam awareness events with specially trained staff to help customers feel more confident with online and mobile banking. See what's possible at Santander.
Idea was to take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and you mix these things together, and what you get is
is my legacy.
Our legacy.
Our legacy, whatever.
The average person spends 26 years and 3 months in bed. And that's not all sleeping. Which is why Simba's rigorous testing, responsive foam, up to 5,000 unique patented springs and breathable sleep surface are so appreciated. Try it for 100 nights and feel the difference of a Simba hybrid. Search Simba Sleep now.
He had an affair with my mother.
When the drama in the group chat's as good as it is in your show, you can't put a price on that. Can you, Alice? Oh, maybe you can. Because TalkTalk Superfast Fibre is just £24 a month for 18 months.
No way. I can't handle this.
And according to Ofcom data, it gives you faster average download speeds than Sky and BT's equivalent. Not bad, eh?
And now she's pregnant.
Search TalkTalk Fibre. TalkTalk, for everyone.
At Ring, we've reinvented the doorbell. So no matter where you are or what time of day, you can watch over your home and the things you care about.
Hey, you're on camera.
Your package.
Oh, great. Can you leave it around the back, please?
Pizza.
I'll be right there.
And wherever you live, it's so simple, you can install it yourself in minutes. See, hear and speak to whoever's at your door from wherever you are with a Ring video doorbell. Available at ring.com and selected retailers.
Equity release. We all have questions. Find out how much cash you could release with Key's free online calculator today. Key. Equity release that's right for you.
Grid. So Damien has got the answer for the airflow meters, haven't you, Damien?
Haven't we just covered that?
No, so it's Dan Ecclesley who's got in touch saying Pito Tube. And Stephen Warner as well, Andy Grant. So well done, you three. You know your stuff. And yeah, we didn't. So that's what they're called. But
I've got my glasses on. I'm getting serious now.
Yeah, Damien actually thought that was a pilot tube, but never mind. It's getting late, isn't it? What is the time? It's well, 9:45 local time. So we've got 2 hours and 15 minutes still to go here.
Tom, it could have been worse. I could have said pilot lube.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
I wasn't going there, but you have.
Sounds like you were thinking of it.
Yeah. No. I'm thinking of the green flag, and that will be in exactly 1 minute's time. So cars ready, and the reason they pile up into the pit lane like this, into the fast lane, is it's really important, isn't it, Damien, that you might just get that all-important clear lap without some traffic, and you can get that balance and any queries that you might have out of the way before you have to go offline, get lots of pickup and, you know, disturb your rhythm, so to speak.
Yeah, that's right. And it's lovely to do that, to just you know, get that momentum and the feel-good factor, get your confidence up, especially if you can you know, nail a nice lap and get a nice lap on the board, get up there at the top of the time charts. That's always good for confidence, isn't it? And like you say, there's only like a lap or two here before people start tripping over each other and getting in each other's way. But at the end of the day, the race is 24 hours long, so there's going to be lots of tripping up and lots of strategic driving to be done, you know, where, let's say a GT car is approaching a corner and there's an LMP2, and it's quite evident that it's an LMP2 or LMP1 coming behind. Then if that GT car just breathes off the throttle a little bit, he's costing himself a little bit of time, but he's allowing the pass from the LMP sooner and perhaps before the turn. And there's several places where that can be, and that's just being sort of clever, and so you get it done before the braking, and then there's no complications and no incidents.
Yeah, you're taking ownership, aren't you? Because there's nothing to stop that LMP car making a mistake and actually crashing into you. So by eliminating that risk, you're taking the ownership for the greater good of both of your causes.
Yeah, and it's important never to be caught on the outside either, you know, of an LMP. You know, as you approach the apex, because that LMP is there's very little vision behind.
We dropped the front highlight by 1.5 millimeters to give you a bit more aero balance. And then throughout the run, at one stage, I'd like to try the boost schedule we did for all tires, which is giving a bit more boost in 7 and 22 according to the lower apex speed. Yeah, for me.
Yeah, so they just he dropped the rear ride height. Did I get that right, Tom?
Yes.
By 1.5 mil, which is a lot in a prototype car.
And he's talking about the boost levels out of 7, which is up to Tetra Rouge, and 22, wasn't he? Which is in and around Indianapolis. So that's interesting, because the Toyota's quite a complex system. I was talking to Mike Conway about it. So they have a fuel flow restrictor and an average fuel flow that they have to hit. Their fuel cuts, so the lift and coast into the braking zones, isn't actually controlled by the driver. The driver actually keeps his foot on the throttle, and then the car will automate. Oh, anyway, I can't get that word out.
It's pitot tube.
Yeah, exactly. It's getting late at night. It's been a long day. So the car takes over the autonomy and cuts for the driver, and it works it out all the way around the lap. So if you have a lift where you actually breathe out of the throttle because you don't want to catch a GTE class car on the apex, you want to catch them on the exit, it will actually recalculate the fuel cuts further round the lap. And it's a really impressive bit of technology. But when you're the driver, it does catch you by surprise, because it does cut. So you'll be full throttle and the car's cutting to work out the most efficient way in terms of that fuel flow around the lap, because they've got maximum usage, of course. And sometimes in qualifying, if you saw at Spa last time out, it'll work it out to actually be more efficient just to cut out of the final chicane all the way up to the start and finish line. So it almost have no power up to the start and finish line, but that's the most efficient way of using the fuel flow around the lap. So that the car actually thinks for itself. But this is why they spend a lot of time in the simulators.
At college.
Yes, at the college, learning what to do and how to manage these systems and how to be the most efficient around this 13.6 kilometer lap. And in terms of the boost, obviously they get a lot of their time through boosting with the hybrid system. They have an automatic boost system, and the engineer was talking about it there, where they've changed it ever so slightly for turn 7 and 22, and he will have a control on his steering wheel to cut that boost. So if he doesn't want to use the boost there because he's going to get bought by a GTE class car, or there's two cars side by side and there's no point in using the boost, he can cut the boost and then he'll get that boost usage somewhere else on the lap. So it's a really clever system that they've got in that LMP1 class Toyota. And crikey, what's going on here? That's the Euro International car almost hitting the back of the Team Netherlands car, wasn't it?
Yeah, it caught him by surprise. I think the Jumbo car was going very certainly slower than he anticipated.
Well, it's Fritz van Aert, the AM, in that car. So
gentlemen, those were the two IDEC pits trying to prepare the cars to. They looked as if they were trying to get them out. But if I could just say, there's one other car we've not seen this evening at all, so they won't have done any of their night laps, and that's the Hub Auto Racing Ferrari in a GTM. So does anyone have any information on that car?
Which car's that? Sorry, Chris.
The Ferrari from Taiwan. the Hub Auto Racing Ferrari of Maurice Chen, Tom Blomqvist and Marcos Gomez?
I can find out. There's nothing actually at the moment. There is something on the notice board regarding that car. I will have a look. Well, it
Chris,
took the
that's very
checker flag
observant.
twice earlier, got fined €500. That's all the information I have at the moment.
Oh, is that some more smoke? Some more dust?
The Hub Auto car is running at the moment with Tom Blomqvist in it. It just hasn't completed a lap.
Right. Oh, that's...
So it's doing it. It's actually done 2 laps, but it's never crossed the start and finish line.
They presume they
makes
must
sense.
have a problem.
So they're just doing in and outs. So yeah, you're right. They are battling some kind of gremlin.
Yeah.
They are just doing in and out laps at the moment.
It's just interesting to see there, guys. Watch the Rebellion go through the navigating the first chicane behind a GT Ferrari. The minimum speed at low speed between the GT and the LMP1s, there's not that much difference actually. It's obviously on the straights and the high speed stuff that the LMPs are much faster, given that they're a lot lighter and they've got a lot more downforce. But just interesting perspective there from the low speed chicane. Not much difference between the two.
Well, talking to Ollie Webb, historically speaking, the Bicoles car's always been very, very quick, hasn't it? And then it was the SMP car that took that sort of top speed badge away from the Bicoles car. But they now are no longer focused on that outright speed. They're much more focused on reliability with the Gibson engine and also a better balance. They can hit the aero numbers though of Toyota if they put downforce on that car, but what they've found is they're too draggy, so they lose lap time. But even bigger issue for them is the beginning of the race. If they're too draggy, those LMP2 class cars are too quick, and they are a thorn in the side of some of the LMP1 class cars. So there's a bit of grass cutting going on out front. But yeah, that's a bit of the conundrum that, say, Bicoles are dealing with. And the LMP2 class cars are really quick now. Very, very quick. We've even seen them, let's say Shanghai, for example, when they were racing the Toyotas, when the cut came in for the Toyota, the LMP2 class car could actually repass that Toyota, and then obviously the Toyota would have to pass them again on the exit. But that was the sort of challenge that some of the LMP1 class cars, now they've been pegged back a bit, are facing.
Well, it's a strange dynamic, isn't it, with the hybrid cars, the Toyotas, where, you know, when they deploy their hybrid system, it's practically 1,000 brake horsepower driven through both axles for, you know, 100 or a couple of 100 meters. So they reach their top speed very, very quickly, and then they basically just stall from there to the end of the straight. Whereas, you know, we've just been on board with the Rebellion car, for example, and it's the same with LMP2s. They'll just creep up and up and up and up and up as the straight, as any car would do. But the hybrid cars are completely different. So it must be a strange feeling for the driver just to reach the maximum speed so quickly, but yet they have such a long bit of the straight to go.
I mean, just on board this Porsche GTE class car, I mean, that was really going quick, as you were saying earlier. You could really get the sensation of speed as we ride on board. Listen to Michael Christensen. Sorry, Chris.
I saw a paper from Porsche saying that it was all about the speed on the straight. Always has been at Le Mans. even with the 2 chicanes which were brought in at the end of the 80s, early 90s. Before those, of course, it was a 3.5 mile blind, absolutely flat, and cars were doing 240 miles an hour. But even now, the straight is so long that it's all about speed down the straight and balancing that with the speed through the rest of the lap.
One or two good questions coming in on Twitter. Again, don't forget you can get in touch at Tom Gaymor, Gaymor, at Damien Faulkner, at C Parsons 1947, Fascination Street with Jimmy Micker. And Sarah says, hi Tom, how do the drivers deal with red flags during the race? Is it harder to reset yourself? Well, we were talking about this, Chris, weren't we, beforehand? There's not been a red flag.
The race Le Mans has never been red flagged. Not even in 1955 when they had the horrific accident. But of course, in the last 2 Grand Prix, there have been 3 red flags. And one does wonder whether the FIA are changing their minds or their attitude on this. But hopefully we won't see a red flag this weekend.
It's a challenge, isn't it, Damien, in qualifying and practice, especially if it's a long red flag. And I always found, and it sounds silly, as a driver, I always, whenever I stopped in the pit lane, I either wanted a drink or I just wanted to get out and I wanted to go to the toilet, that kind of stuff. And some drivers, they like to stay in the car and stay in the zone.
Yeah, I had a teammate at Daytona once, and during a pit stop, he asked for a banana. Or a piece of a banana.
Yeah, just
he got the nickname Banana Man after that. But yeah, it's interesting actually to think about it. And that is true, Chris. 3 red flags in the last 2 Grand Prix. But of course, I think Eduardo Freitas here at Le Mans, he's got more tools, hasn't he? There's 3, as Tom alluded to earlier, 3 systems. You know, he can have a local slow zone, he can have a full course yellow, or he can have safety cars. So yeah, I think it's well thought out, and I think the systems work really well. The fairest is definitely, as Tom said, the full course yellow, and that's basically just driving around with
80 clicks.
Yeah, the pit lane speed limiter clicked on in 2nd or 3rd gear.
Here's another good question, Damien and Chris. This is from Mikey, and this always astounds me as well, how the cars, especially LMP1 and LMP2, are still able to make it back to the pits after a shunt, even with only 3 wheels attached, when a road car will be written off by the insurers at the slightest bump. I mean, it never ceases to amaze me how much of an impact these cars can take and manage to get back to the pit lane.
Yeah, well, of course, I mean, all of these cars are designed to race at a track, right? And the track's very well protected, of course, with tire barriers, etc., etc. But also, the bodywork is designed to break off. It dissipates energy, and the chassis and the suspension of these cars is quite robust. So they're quite strong, and there's a lot of emphasis placed on safety.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
I'm Patty. I'm a trainer here at Amazon. Oh, hello, ladies. How's it going? I am very proud of the job that I do because I feel like it has allowed me to help people to progress. Amazon is a workplace that allows you to be flexible with your life. I'm a student in university, and working at Amazon has allowed me to be more independent financially. It makes me feel positive about what I can achieve.
Trying to hit a deadline and your laptop just crashed? It's switching time to a Chromebook. Switch to built-in virus protection. Switch to Chromebook.
At LV, we understand that insurance is about looking after more than your car. It's about looking after you, so you can enjoy a change of scene. Be the after-school hero. or get back to doing what you love. And we pay out on 99% of car insurance claims. No wonder we're the UK's #1 insurer for customer service. LV, it's our heart that sets us apart. Go direct to lv.com.
Taskmaster burst the bionic zit splitter. Breakneck speed, we drown. We mean all day, and some say they ain't productive. Could that depend upon the demon that you're stuck with? Cause right now, I see clearer than most. I sit here contented with this cheese on toast. I do my zing way, ain't nothing else I know. Gone up in the light with this ragged bone flow.
Following some 57,000 runners every step of the way.
Witness the fitness, the competent liveth. One hope, one quest. Witness the fitness, the competent liveth. One hope, one quest.
Tomorrow starts tonight. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
He had an affair with my mother.
When the drama in the group chat's as good as it is in your show, you can't put a price on that. Can you, Alice? Oh, maybe you can. Because TalkTalk Superfast Fibre is just £24 a month for 18 months.
No way. I can't handle this.
And according to Ofcom data, it gives you faster average download speeds than Sky and BT's equivalent. Not bad, eh?
And now she's pregnant.
Search TalkTalk Fibre. TalkTalk, for everyone.
The delicious new triple cheeseburger. Just $2.19 from the McDonald's Saver menu. It's the taste you love, tripled.
So, Tom, thank you very much. We're going to let you go for a while. Chris, we're letting go home for his cocoa, and Damien and I will be taking over for the next hour, and then the three of us for the final hour. So, great action. I've been watching it from the sidelines, and I have to say, star of the evening so far has got to be the Pitot tube.
Yeah. Glasses are firmly attached to the front of my face now. Hopefully not going to get caught out by any more.
Always know how fast you're going, Damien. Big bite out of the grass verge there by Fritz van Aert. Not the tidiest of drivers in that car, is it? They're going to win this race. If his two young Dutch protégés, he's going to have to be much, much tidier than this, Damien.
Yeah, well, it's just taking risks is really not something you want to do right now.
Right, we've got an interview set up about the competition in LMP2, but it has been so dramatic tonight. Let's hear what he's got to say about it.
During the last few years, the LMP2 level is raised up like crazy, and now there is a lot of cars. Some very good drivers out there, very good teams as well. So it's going to be tough for us, for sure, as a rookie team, and my two teammates, they are rookie as well here. So for us, the most important is to finish the race, to get as much experience as we can, and if we can get a top 10 and finish maybe the first bronze driver lineup, that would be great for us. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this year it's clearly not the target to keep this crazy statistic, but I'm glad I had it for a few years, and yeah, if you think about it, it's completely crazy to have 100% win in LMP2. So it was a team job. I mean, I was not alone these 4 times, and it was a matter of having a good teammate, a great team, good strategy. And I was lucky enough to get this during 4 years, but now it's going to be a bit different with the rookie team. We don't have the same target, and I guess this statistic will go away on Sunday night, but it's like this.
So what Nico's talking about there, they've won that race 2 years running, and with Alpine, so can we do it again? As he said, he's now with a rookie team, and that's always quite difficult, I guess, to come down, isn't it, Damien? Having been a winner, like, you know, for instance, we've got Nick Tandy, who has won outright Le Mans with Porsche, and here he is in LMP2 car, but he gets just as much of a buzz out of it.
Yeah, well, that's it. Like,
Contact control, low speed, high speed is good.
Okay, so we just listened to the radio there of who was that Porsche driver?
Marco Christensen, yeah.
Yeah, so he said low speed, understeer, high speed is okay. I think that's what he said, that way around. Yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what you're driving. If you're competing to win, then that's what it's all about, you know. As you know, I told someone once I won the it's a long time ago, 2007 Porsche Super Cup event in Monza at the Monza Grand Prix, and I think it was Alonso that won the Grand Prix 3 hours later, but we shared the same podium, of course, 3 hours apart. And to be honest, my smile was no smaller than Alonso's. And that's really it summed up, isn't it? A win is a win, no matter what it is. So a few zeros missing in the bank account, but yeah, a win is a win.
So, just over 2 hours left of racing and of action on the track. Racing, of course, comes later on. But this really has been an impressive day. It's been such a long day, though, as Gustavo Menezes told us earlier on. You know, we got something like 11 hours of running today, and even for fit drivers, that is so much concentration, so much track time, and it must take it out of you, not just physically, but really mentally as well, Damien.
Well, yeah, I think the biggest factor is probably not the physical aspect. It's just the mental aspect of the change. The whole today was condensed. I mean, there was no running yesterday. Normally there's running on a Wednesday, and qualifying was on a Wednesday night, wasn't it? Wednesday evening before. So yeah, a lot of running today, and a lot of run plans to get through. So meetings with the engineers, and then just running through the plans, you know, and hopefully you know, ticking them off as you go along. But of course, we saw Mark a good few cars having a lot of issues, and particularly that one team with missing the two LMP2s. Fortunately, they're being built back up again, and hopefully will take the race start. But they've missed an awful lot of running.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, we should give mention to the crews in that team of those two cars, because they are working like extremely hard at the moment, and the race hasn't even begun yet. So
yeah,
God luck to those guys and girls.
It's a much longer day for them, of course, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, of course, it's a much longer, yeah, and a much, you know, that certainly wasn't planned. So they're going to hopefully have a good rest tonight, maybe, if they get their cars done.
While Damien was filling us in on that, we were riding with Fred Makovicki, just seeing what it's like in those Porsches. And this is what we talked about traffic earlier, about trying to thread the needle. And this is the LMP2 car trying to get there between GTs. Fritz van Eerd stays on board his car. He owns that car. He's the Dutch supermarket chain owner, but he's not a slow racer. They've already had one win this year in that car. And here then is someone you know quite well, Damien, Chris McNeil, in the WeatherTech racing car, the WeatherTech company which he and his dad own, and Cooper doing the bit.
Yeah, Cooper McNeil. Yeah, I raced for them in 2012 at Daytona, where we, well, I shouldn't say too much. We should have been on the podium, but we weren't. But yeah, they always run a great show. Back then, that was with Alex Job Racing, who had a fantastic team. But yeah, great stalwarts of motorsport, and they're here now every year. Got my discount on a set of WeatherTech mats for my GLC last year, so thank you very much, Cooper.
Yeah, WeatherTech, for those who don't know, they deal with everything to do with car parts, especially weather products, don't they? You know, things that keep your screen demisted, etc., etc.
Yeah, their main thing were mats, like all-weather mats, rubber mats, and yeah, I hope they're listening now. I'll get a free set next year. But
So that WeatherTech car, of course, coming over from the States, it's run normally out of Illinois under team manager Giacomo Mattioli. They couldn't bring all the crew over because of the COVID restrictions, so the Kessel team from Switzerland, one of the top Ferrari teams, is running that car for them. And Kessel very, very active, of course, in GT Open and in the 24-hour series. In fact, they were racing only 2 weekends ago very well in the Hockenheim 16 hours. So Kessel doing a great job for WeatherTech there. Rizzi, the other American entry, have brought their own crew over. The only problem is that neither of those two cars, and this is the Rizzi Competizione car, neither of them have qualified for Hyperpole tomorrow, so they will automatically be starting 7th and 8th on the GT Pro grid. The 91 car then backed into the garages. This is the car we have just seen Fred Makovicky running in. Richard Leitz, Jimmy Bruni sharing it with him. Fred doing his job really, really well. Very reliable, steady Porsche driver. You can always rely on him to come up with the goods. As you can see, that car third at the moment, where it's third in the running earlier. We're going to have no faster times tonight because they're now doing everything they're doing at the moment is fuel tests, tyre tests, and just basically checking everything out. Tomorrow's another day, Damien, but only an hour and a half of running tomorrow morning before the Hyperpole.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, Porsche perfectly placed. I think probably strategically they were, what, 5th and 6th in qualifying, so the last two to make it to the Hyperpole for tomorrow. And that's really as under the radar as you can be to avoid any BOP penalties. But of course, we've got the Hyperpole tomorrow, so maybe they'll let the handbrake off a little bit, provided they had the handbrake on. But yeah, you just mentioned drivers. I mean, the likes of Porsche, they don't have any slouches, that's for sure.
Yeah, and interestingly, those who haven't went with us earlier, the livery of these two Porsches harks back to when Porsche won Le Mans outright for the first time, which was in 1970, and that was in the Salzburg Porsche of Richard Atwood, Hans Hermann. That red and white colour scheme reflects that, and the other car, the same livery but in black and white rather than red and white. And of course 917 Porsches won this race twice. First of all in, as I've just said, 1970, then in 71 in Martini colours of Helmut Marko, now of Red Bull Racing, and Gies van Lennep, another of the quick Dutchmen, who I'm sure Fritz Erd and his crew would still pay homage to. Very sadly, today we heard the news that Hans Medger, the German engineer, the brilliant engineer who built the engines for the Porsche 917s, he died at the age of 90, so that's another of the greats gone. So Porsche will be thinking of him, no doubt, over the weekend as they try to celebrate the win here this weekend to commemorate that 50th anniversary of their first outright win. And so many since then, Damien. I mean, Porsche and Le Mans are synonymous.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're there all the time. You know, irrespective of whether they're running in two classes. We saw them in the LMP1 hybrid class for a good few years not long ago, and running in GTs at the same time, and just running top programs. You know, they don't do anything by half, and they're really part of the furniture here at Le Mans. Mark, just a question on Twitter from Paul O'Sullivan. What sort of damage can gravel do to a car when it's left on track by other cars that go off the circuit?
Well, it's mainly tyres, isn't it? You know, you've got your tyres up to working temperature. They're pretty warm and soft, and they'll just absorb anything that's on the track. So suddenly you're running on, I guess, a mixture of rubber and gravel. You're probably better to answer that than me, Damien.
That's pretty good. Another one would be getting a stone or a pebble through the radiator.
Ah, yeah.
There are grills, of course, at the front to protect the radiators, but more often than not, if you don't really want to be pebble dashed by gravel, and it's not what it does to the paint. They don't really care about that. It's if you burst a radiator, it's a long repair, not something they want.
So there's the LMP2 situation at the moment. We've got 18 of the 24 cars running. The two IDEC cars, as we've been told so many times now, both crashed quite comprehensively in FP2. Just as they're pushing the number 16 car into the pits after that car's off, sorry, the 17 car after it's off, Dwight Merriman then heavily crashed the other one almost opposite the pit entrance, and that really was a major hit. Thankfully, so far there's been not a lot worse than that. A couple of bits of damage to GT cars, and then more lately the Bicolis car with Bruno Spengler on board. And I did hear Tom question about Bruno Spengler. No, he has not been here before to Le Mans, so you were quite right, Tom. And Bruno, that brilliant Canadian driver, although he's born in Germany, and really one of the best DTM drivers of all time. He tried so hard to win the championship Mercedes. He finished second twice, third another time, but it wasn't until he made the move to BMW that he actually managed to become the DTM champion. But one of the really great touring car drivers.
Yeah, and of course I think Tom was saying this, is it 20% of the field in terms of drivers are rookies this year? I mean, that's a phenomenal amount. It's surely unprecedented level, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think
it's huge, isn't it? And as we say, it's a reflection, probably much of it, of the economic situation we find ourselves in now. You know, you're looking for people who can come along, bring the money, pay for the drives, and this is why we're getting quite a lot of AM drivers. They're matched well. A lot of them are very good. One of them who actually stands out is in the 88 Dempsey Proton, Dom Bastion, who is born in France but lives in West Palm Beach. He is debuting this weekend at Le Mans at the age of 74 years old. Yes, 74, oldest ever Le Mans starter, and he actually beats Mark Patterson, the South African, who's done it year after year. Mark is 68 this year, so he'll be spitting, won't he?
Yeah, that's with all due respect, that's a that's a challenge. That's a big challenge. I hope he finds his way okay, but this is a big place. It's a fast place. It's a daunting place. It's really the showcase endurance race of the year, and it's very competitive. It's very fast. So yeah, I just hope he keeps out of trouble. But fair play to him for even taking it on.
Yeah, this is you speaking, of course, as a driver tutor, driver mentor, so I can see where you're coming from there. Ant Davison then coming across the line in the Yota, and Ant at this time is that car's a little bit way down the order today, but he's just putting in solid 334s, and at the moment we have got on track all 57 who we know can run have been on track, and looks like the Bicolis might have got back out now. No, Bicolis is still sitting in the pits, but
For Rolex and motorsport,
And away we go!
it began in 1935,
Bluebird is burning up Daytona again.
championing the legendary races from Le Mans to Melbourne, and the drivers who test the limits. Continuing to move motorsport ahead.
I'm doing a trip through South America with my best friend Charlie Boorman. If you don't look after the relationships in your life, you're losing something that's very important.
In life, you cannot always choose what you do, but you can always choose who you are. We are the Sappers. With every brace and every cufflink, we say, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
Get fashion frames from just £6 a pair, with prescription lenses and coatings included. That's Select Spec Style at selectspecs.com.
This mother rhino would do anything to protect her baby. But when poachers come armed with guns and chainsaws, how can she protect herself? Please adopt a rhino with WWF for just £3 a month. Call 0800 035 7103 or search WWF Adopt a Rhino. 3 rhinos are killed every day. We need your help to keep them safe.
People's Postcode Lottery's 30k a day is back. £30,000 will be won every single day by players in the October draws.
£30,000.
That's £30,000 for every ticket in the winning postcode. For your chance to win, sign up before midnight on the 24th of September to play in the October draws.
Amazing deals now on at Currys PC World. Save £50 on this Lenovo Windows laptop. Plus, need it in a hurry? We can deliver the next day for free. Or save up to £80 on these Hoover washers with free delivery. 8 kilo just $229. Or for £20 more, upgrade to the 9 kilo. Sign up to HP Instant Ink today to see if you could save on your printing costs and take the hassle out of printing. At Currys PC World.
We're excited to do this trip on electric bikes.
You'd be the first to go this distance, charging as you go.
Oh, the power's gone.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
So, gents, what are the chances of the total distance being beaten this year with the cooler conditions, longer night stints? What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, if you look at the weather forecast, not good, because we have got rain and thunder forecast on both nights, but I say both nights, both Saturday night and Sunday morning darkness, but getting better as the race goes on. But I mean, one of the wettest Le Mans in history was 1995 when McLaren won it, but if we get those sort of conditions, no, it won't be a fast race. If it stays dry with the cooler running a night, more cooler running a night, Goodyear, for instance, have forecast it could be the fastest race in history. So it's a good question.
Yeah, and of course it's very much weather dependent, isn't it? But yeah, keep the questions coming on Twitter at Mark Cole Combs and at Damien Faulkner. Give us a follow, ask us a question, we'll try and answer it.
So I'm just picking up some Twitters as you say that. Thank you. Yeah, that was Dave Bark you just read out. Andy Grant's asking, will every driver have to go out in high pole, or will the teams just put their fastest driver in? It's going to be a one-driver shootout, I think. You've only got 30 minutes, so you certainly wouldn't be able to cycle through your drivers in that. So, and anyway.
Yeah, it depends on their strategy, doesn't it? If they want the bragging rights of pole position, you know, honestly, they're going to put their fastest driver in. And if they don't and they just want to go out there and participate because they don't want to run the risk of being BOP'd or slowed down before the race actually starts, then they might just put somebody else. But, you know, there's another, there may be another reason as well. The engineers might favor one driver for feedback, right? On the car, so there might be one driver that's, you know, just better at communicating what the car is doing to the engineer, and it might be their last chance to, you know, to do something, try something, to make sure the car is okay for all three drivers.
So, just heard from Jenny Gow as well. Loving the coverage, guys. We've been placed into a COVID-19 local lockdown in County Durham. We're going to spend it watching Le Mans. Please give us a shout. I thought Jenny was supposed to be one of our pit reporters, so perhaps Jenny could answer that. Has she been prevented from doing that?
She's locked down, are you, Jenny? Let us know.
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
Yeah, and Jason Green is basically saying surely it would be better to lose a couple of places in qualifying rather than risk the balance of performance penalty. And of course that is true, but you know, it would be nice to start on pole position, wouldn't it? It really has no bearing as to who wins a race because it's so long and it's so strategic and it's so you know, there's so many places to overtake and so much time to overtake, so it's really about bragging rights, isn't it?
It is bragging rights.
The photograph,
is
the
exactly
history.
what I was going to say, Damien. So yeah, I mean, you remember last year Aston Martin shouting about it, and anyway, let's see how it goes tomorrow. As we say, tomorrow's another day. Forecast is very much the same as today. Good weather. They're even saying it could be as high as 30 degrees by lunchtime, which is when the qualifying will be finishing in France. It's between 10 and 12 in France, following the FP4. We'll be covering it, of course, live, and if you're in the UK, we will be on from 9 to 11, so make sure you don't miss that. I'm sure you're doing nothing else on a Friday. When I say UK, Damien, of course, I should include the Republic of Ireland.
Sorry, Mark, I completely I had Tom Gaymore in my ear.
Don't worry.
No,
don't
not
worry.
literally.
It was nothing personal.
I hope it was all good.
I was just talking about you and your relationship with President Trump, but don't worry.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Chris Smith asking, will Neville Hay be doing the night commentary this year? No, unfortunately, Neville hasn't been with us for about 3 years now. He decided to come time to call time, and that's why Chris Parsons and myself have tended to take over that role. We'll never replace the great Neville, but you know, we try and carry on that tradition of talking in the small hours when there's nothing much happening. But of course, at Le Mans, there's always something happening. So, but thank you, Chris. Yes, and Neville, we miss you.
We do miss you, Neville, and I can't help thinking about the great fun we had in the booth. Not least the time Neville fell off his chair backwards. And full whack landed on the floor and was just lying there giggling, laughing, you know, like he does.
But still talking.
And still talking. We issued a full course yellow for that. That was a few years ago, but not sure if any of the listeners remember that. But that was a good bit of fun.
So here's the Cetilar car, and the only Dallara, of course, in the field. It's a great colour scheme, that. I love that. If we're going to award prizes for the best colour scheme of the race, let's hear your views on Twitter. But that to my mind, is a great-looking car.
Yeah, that's always an interesting challenge, isn't it, with these graphic designers, to come up with something that just looks different. I have to say the Rebellions look really smart this year, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, they have class, don't they?
They really do, yeah.
Yeah.
And they, I think in GT, I love the graphics of the Tom Ferrier TF Sport Aston Martin.
Yeah, that was Francois Perrodo just giving us the V sign there, a pleasant one that is, but Francois, of course, racing for AF Course this year along with Manu Collard and Niklas Nielsen, and Singapore, lives in London, chairman of the Perenco Oil Corporation, one of the biggest oil corporations in the world. That probably helps a little bit towards paying for his racing. He also owns 2 McLaren F1 GTRs, so there's a man after my own heart. So Francois then doing a great job this year, and has actually, where was it? He was, finished as WEC AM champion in 2016 with the same team, AF Course.
Hey Mark, Jason Crouch has just asked, is it true that the Goodyear blimp flies again for this year's race? He must have been only 8 or 9 the last time I saw it, nearly 40 years ago. Yes.
So I missed the start of that.
The Goodyear blimp. Is
the blimp. Yes, it's coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be flying. And well spotted. Goodyear are very proud. They've managed to get up again, and it's been a long time since it's been seen in Europe. And I'm just looking for their note on when it actually last flew here, because I've carefully kept that. Goodyear blimp will return for the first time in Europe in 35 years. So well done. It's a Goodyear branded Zeppelin NT semi-rigid airship. It's the largest airship in the world today, 75 meters long. And they're coming to Le Mans to celebrate Goodyear's return to European racing. So we'll look for that hopefully during the pre-race ceremonies on Saturday morning. Just under an hour and a half to go now in this FP3 here at Le Mans, the 88th edition of the world's greatest race, and the 7th round, of course, of the World Endurance Championship. A very, very strange championship this year. Started last year, September at Silverstone, and it's going to finish in November at Bahrain. So that is going to be an extraordinary 14-month championship. But once that's over, they're going to return to the normal annual championship, Damien. 6 races next year. We don't know what they're all going to be. Sebring they're hoping to get back to, but everything depends, of course, on this pandemic.
Yeah, that's true. Everything's up in the air at the moment, isn't it? Including the new, hypercar rules, and I think we are expecting some information on that this weekend, aren't we? Some clarification, which would be nice. But yeah, we just got to... Is that the 55, is it?
Yeah, Spirit of Race.
Yeah, they were just checking the kind of for play on the front right wheel there.
Right.
As the driver got out, and I don't know whether they found something or it was just mechanic doing his due diligence for wear and tear, which is nice to see.
It looks like they've done their running tonight, didn't they?
I think it looks like they're putting it to bed, yeah.
Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin, of course, from Blarney in Cork, and Aaron Scott. And that car, very successful, only a couple of weeks ago, won GTE at Paul Ricard. So well done those guys there. That was a long overdue win for Duncan.
Yeah, and one of the few cars that has absolutely zero sponsorship on the side of it.
Right.
Have you noticed that?
I hadn't. I mean, Duncan's sponsorship, well, his money comes from Money Supermarket, which he founded and then sold, but that's how he can afford to go racing. He's got Aaron Scott from Ottershaw with him. Matt Griffin, of course, is one of the most steady pair of hands around, and he and Duncan Cameron seem to have been joined at the hip for probably about 10 years now, haven't they?
Yeah, they're having a good run, and yeah, hoping for a good event here.
Yeah, so that car run for them by AF Course under Amato Ferrari.
Mr. Deja Vu King has asked a random question here on Twitter, Mark. Do you know how much per mile of each class of car costs to run per kilometre?
What?
You'd imagine it's very expensive.
Never been asked that.
Well, I can tell you that a Porsche Cup car, circa 2008-9, without fuel, but does include tires and rebuild costs about 15 euro per kilometre to run.
Ah.
And that's just a cup car. These cars here, of course,
right, well,
are way more expensive to build and maintain.
If it's 15 euros a kilometre, can I buy a lap of Le Mans, please?
You can buy a lap of Kyrgyzstan with me, because I've got one. Come over to Northern Ireland and I'll take you around, Mark.
We asked about the best colours earlier on, and Andy Grant came back and said for him the best colour scheme's the factory Aston Martins. Although hopefully one day we'll see a return of the art cars, as they were awesome. Yeah, those BMW art cars, weren't they brilliant? Andy Warhol, Roy Lichtenstein, and others painted those cars. And they're all organised by a guy called Hervé Poulain, who's a fine art auctioneer in Paris, who raced himself here in 1995 in the BBA McLaren. And that BBA McLaren was painted by a sculptor called César. And the painting, the graphics on the car showed a car that was built by Amédée Bollé at Le Mans in 1879, and it's said to be the world's first ever production car, and that was here at Le Mans. That's
wow.
All, that's all off the top of my head, Damien.
That's incredible. I bet you if I walked in your booth now, I wouldn't see the table with papers. But I'm sure you do have it in your head.
The other thing, of course, that Le Mans is famous for, apart from the Plantagenets, is that when the Wright brothers came to Europe, the first flight they ever made was on the Mulsanne Strait from what they call La Ligne Droite de Hunaudière, and so the first ever powered flight in Europe, here at Le Mans.
Wow, so it took off from here or landed?
Yeah, well, it's a long straight road, and there's a horse racing course behind it, which was grass alongside it. So Le Mans is famous for very, very many things, including us being there. So, Mickerman 970 saying, are the hybrids allowed to limp home to the pits after a crash or failure on battery power alone? If they got enough left, I guess the answer is yes, Damien.
Yes, they are. Yeah, I think by whatever means. I know they don't they have to finish the last lap of the race has to be completed in a certain amount of time, isn't that right? Or has there's been a change, hasn't there, since Toyota wasn't classified a couple of years ago? Do you remember, Mark?
Yeah, yes, of course.
So, yeah, but I mean, yeah, they're by whatever means they can. But of course, if during the race that your car breaks down, and you have to get out of it for example, to fix something or to pull something off, you can't go. Is it beyond 2 or 3 meters from the car?
Yeah, I think it's a 5-meter rule, is it? But anyway, you're right,
yeah.
Damon.
And if you do, your race is over. You're out. But and so the teams all carry a mobile phone in the car. That's sort of strapped in there, so that they can make contact with the team in the event that they stop out in the circuit somewhere, because the team may be able to give them a fix. Yeah. And also they've got an extended cable that they can keep their helmet on and plug in, so that they can walk away a little bit from the car and actually still speak to the team over the radio.
Yeah,
but,
and of course they haven't left the car then, if they're still attached to it.
Well, that's right. That cable is an umbilical cord, isn't it? So that to keep them there. But also the drivers, there's a toolkit. The drivers are all trained, yep, or they should be, and particularly taking bodywork off and putting bodywork back on again. Because this bodywork is all designed to fit with tight tolerances, so it can be sometimes quite tricky to take off when it heats up and expands. So yeah, so it's more than just driving, But of course, if that happens, they're unlikely to feature at the top.
Sports trading on the Betfair exchange is just like trading on the stock market. Take these two. They'll get their tickets first. Now, she seems like the clear favourite. You could bet on her to win, and if her odds shorten, you can hedge your bets at the right moment. If you think your luck will change. And that's sports trading. You look for opportunities where the odds might move in your favour and you can make a profit.
The Betfair Exchange.
new eau de parfum by Dolce & Gabbana.
Buying without part exchanging could get you a bigger discount on your next car. Enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
At LV, we understand that insurance is about looking after more than your car. It's about looking after you, so you can enjoy a change of scene. Be the after-school hero. Or get back to doing what you love. And we pay out on 99% of car insurance claims. No wonder we're the UK's #1 insurer for customer service. LV, it's our heart that sets us apart. Go direct to lv.com.
Ooh, that's a low price.
Oh wow, that's a low price. Oh wow, that's a low price.
This is a low price.
That's a low price. That's what I said.
Amazon. Low prices anytime, anywhere.
Said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall.
The all-new Renault Clio, available as a hybrid from September.
Funding Circle business loans now have nothing to pay for a year. That's no repayments and interest-free for 12 months. Apply now at fundingcircle.com.
What game are you playing?
William Hill Megaways.
1 million megaways BC.
Irish Riches. Unlucky, mate. Bonus round.
Yes! No matter how you play, there are up to 100,000 ways to win. Get all the excitement of Vegas with Megaway slots at William Hill. Receive 10 free spins to play our exclusive game, William Hill Megaways. Is who you play with. William Hill Vegas.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
Racing drivers by tradition hate waiting, don't they?
This isn't work, this is all play. Come on, Tom, we've all been there.
Well, yeah, exactly, but the big talking point, talking to the drivers that I've just been speaking to, is the disparity between the pro drivers and some of the AMs, and one or two of the drivers, you know, really shocked. I'm talking about full factory drivers here that are going for class wins and overall wins, and they're saying that they've never seen it like this here at Le Mans, where you've got drivers when you know no one expects you to brake is going to cause problems.
But of course they have to be within 105% of the class leader's time, isn't that right?
Yeah, well, they have to also run a certain amount of times in the dark, but it looks as though the IDEC cars will start the race, which is interesting.
I'm sure we'll hear more about that tomorrow, won't we? It's a very difficult one. You know, you could argue that perhaps if one driver hadn't qualified at night, he wouldn't be allowed to drive at night, only in the daylight hours. But in the IDEC case, all three drivers have to qualify. And in fact, well, the rule is all drivers have to do 5 laps. It's because it's a longer night tonight.
Well, that's right. There's 4 hours longer of darkness, isn't it? And
yeah.
Struggling to get a brake disc on there in the 88 Porsche for some reason. Why is that? Just trying to get the locator nuts. He doesn't have it up high enough. It's always a challenge, isn't it?
So
there it is. Push, push, push. No, he had it on there.
I think you're in the wrong place, Damien. You should be down there on the apron helping him.
And of course, the GT cars, these, I mean, if that was a practice change, I'd be surprised if that was just, there's a bit of damage done to the front of that bumper, is there? Some of the sticker off it, but they do a brake change in the middle of the race, of course, but it's a quick release and it's a dry joint. So they don't have to bleed the brakes, and the caliper and the whole disc or rotor, if you're listening from the US, comes off, and it's just a quick release. You know, they can do that as quick as kind of 40 seconds, really. The difficulty, the big challenge is the heat, and so you'll see them wearing these like you know, arm protectors, and it's like for want of a better example, potato sack bag on your right up your arm. Is that a car limping home? No.
Well spotted. There is the damage at the front. Yeah, so that car, incidentally, fastest of the GT AMs tonight. Not quite as fast as the qualifying time when Paul Dall'Anna ran a 3:52, but this car with, I think it was Thomas Preening, the Porsche Junior, on board, did a 3:54, which tops the times tonight. Adrian Delanier was out in the car when it had this moment. He's an American, well, he's Belgian, but he lives in Dallas. And of course, he'll always be remembered for last year, that massive crash at Portimao in the ELMS race when about 6 cars were taken out. He's been running this here with Dempsey Proton in the WEC, but it looks like, as you said, he's had a moment somewhere out on the circuit.
So on board with the number 7 Toyota, as we just cut away from that, but we didn't have the graphics there to tell the speed, but you could just hear that it had already peaked out, Tom, and it wasn't going any faster, even though there was a lot of straight in front of it.
Yeah, they reach terminal velocity very, very quickly, don't they, the Toyotas? And it's almost as if, I mean, it's so abrupt, it's almost as if they've hit a problem when you're on board. It's like, wah, bop, 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 and then nothing. And yeah, it's quite staggering when all of that energy is utilized in the hybrid system, when they dispose of all the energy and there's nothing left in terms of the boost. It's quite interesting. I talked about it earlier in terms of the systems. It's very, very different. When I was talking to Ollie Jarvis and Anthony Davidson about how they made the transition from LMP1 to LMP3, it's akin to driving an F3 car again in LMP2. Sorry, it's akin to driving an F3 car again in terms of attacking the braking zones. You're not worrying about your fuel cut or your harvesting of energy. You're braking as late as you possibly can. You're getting the car rotated. You're trying to roll as much speed as you possibly can through the corner, and get on the throttle as early as you possibly can. The car's loose, and you're really driving the racing car again. Whereas in LMP1, you're cruising into the braking zones because of the fuel cut. The braking zones are a lot longer because you're harvesting the energy in those braking zones. And although you're hemorrhaging lap time there, you're going to get it back by deploying the boost on, or the hybrid systems on the exit that gives you that lap time back. And it's a very, very different way of driving the car. And, you know, Anthony was almost joking. It's a bit like sitting in a luxury Bentley and being back in a Caterham all of a sudden. You know, the windscreen wipers don't work, and the button, you know, and everything it's vibrating away and shaking your teeth out, your fillings away in the LMP2 class car. The steering's heavy, whereas in the LMP1 car, it's much more relaxing and akin to a Sunday drive. Obviously, you're going a lot quicker, and it's not that easy. But that's sort of the differences between the two classes and the challenges that the drivers face when they jump out of one car to another.
Johnny Adam then on board the TF Sport car. Johnny Adam, the hero of the British in 2017, had that amazing battle with Jordan Taylor in the Corvette. Between the two of them, they absolutely lit up the last 3 or 4 laps of the race, and Johnny did the business as they started the final lap of the race, took that GT Pro win, and I think everyone in Britain was grateful for Johnny that weekend. How he didn't get a knighthood for that, it's a travesty. So here is Johnny then with TF Sport, doing what he does best. So Let's just listen to Johnny Adam for a moment in the Aston Martin going down the back section of the circuit into Indianapolis.
Interestingly, he never got back to the throttle, did he, there at all, Damien, through the right kink?
No, that's right. It just steadily decreasing to the left-hander, the lovely cambered left-hander, and then it's just like a nice squirt to the hairpin.
It's always a challenge, that right kink, because it's a compromise. If that corner was not followed by that tight left, it would actually be a lot quicker, wouldn't it? But they've almost got to balance the speed that they take through the right-hander to make sure that they're still on the right-hand side, and they've got the car straight enough to be able to get on the brakes early enough to slow it for the left-hander.
Yeah, you're dead right. They've got to sacrifice a little bit of the minimum speed through the right-hander, and that's purely just for car placement for that left-hander, as you say. But catches a lot of people out, and especially we've seen that exit curb out of the left-hander, and as slow as that is, it was what, second gear on the way out there. It sucked a few people in and into the gravel, and that's not really what you want to be doing, because you can you can pick up a problem even by doing that, even by getting a stone lodged somewhere in the front splitter. It gets in under a radiator pipe or a radiator, and it just gnaws away at that aluminium, and the next thing you've sprung a leak.
So Twitter's burning up again, plenty of replies. We asked, Tom, while you were out, we asked people what their favourite colour was. Dave Barkley's come back saying, having just been watching Johnny Adam, as an Aston fan, I have to say, I think the red Aston Martin is just stunning. And Damo Hurst has pointed out about art cars that Praga are running art cars in the Brit Car Dunlop Endurance Championship this year in Britain. So that's caught the imagination, art cars and colours.
Did anyone mention the pig that the iconic Porsche livery?
No, we were talking about current liveries.
And this,
this weekend, Tom.
Keeping it current. Yeah,
on the right-hand side there, on the wall, you'll see all
today.
The spotter's guide.
I'm breaking yesterday's news today.
The pink pig.
I have to say, I quite like the Jota livery, the Goodyear livery car. I think that's quite simplistic, and yeah, I think that's a good livery car.
And what started this, Tom? We were talking about the Delara, the Celitar car, which hasn't been performing greatly, but it looks fantastic, the colour scheme. And
blue and green.
Yeah.
Indeed. Right, this is the Toyota onto the skids and back into the garage.
Of course, it's worth pointing out as well that during the race, if there's any incident with a car, they can only have 4 mechanics in the pit lane. So they normally, depending on the size of the incident or the damage occurred, they normally just perform the service anyway, get the new tyres, get the fuel in it, but then as quickly as possible get it up in the stands, into the garage, and then all of the crew can dive on it.
How are we getting on with the By-Collars car? Is that back out yet?
No, not that we've noticed.
I just have to polish it, and then...
Yes.
We haven't actually... that's a good question. We haven't actually
no, it's still sitting there.
Had an update.
Yep, still sitting there. Yeah, again, that's a great colour scheme by Collis, isn't it? That yellow and sort of granite grey. But isn't it interesting that Peugeot, who are announcing their hypercar on Saturday, have chosen the same colour scheme for their new Peugeot Sport corporate colours? And I actually asked Peugeot why they'd done that, and they sort of gave a Gallic shrug and didn't really answer. Very disconcerting watching Lopez suddenly standing up there in the cockpit as he's passing cars, isn't it? So the number 7 car then just putting on the miles, just checking everything. There is the other one, Brendan Hartley on board.
On the balance and the evolution on what we did on this braking, keep on the steer, brake balance. Yeah, maybe the tools helped a little bit, but yeah, still a lot of atmosphere to go now with all the A-sectors and much less performance than what we had earlier. That's why I was trying to answer on the radio, just check the numbers on for the error. Just been surprised by the lack of curve, particularly with the fresh loads. Still a little bit nervous on braking, but the biggest problem is the washer on the steer and all the A-sectors.
So Mikaman 970 asked us earlier on Twitter about could the hybrids limp home on battery power alone. Of course, what we didn't say, Damien, is they have to leave the pits. After a pit stop, they have to leave the pits on hybrid power.
Damien's visiting the facilities, unfortunately,
Well,
Mark. And
I'm
if you're
sure you
wondering
can
how
answer.
Mark doesn't know that at home, well, we're all in separate booths. So we're all commentating in the same place, but we have to be in separate booths because of the COVID restrictions, so we can't actually see each other. So hopefully Damien doesn't get stuck in the toilets. But
Well, I'm sure you can answer it, Tom, about hybrids. They have to leave the pits, don't they, after a stop on their hybrid power?
Yeah, they have to leave on electric power. And actually, if you watch the Spa round last time out, both the 7 and the 8 more often was getting stuck in electronic mode because the car was getting confused as it came out of the final chicane, because it was going really slowly where the pit lane entrance is, and they had a really long first gear that they're going to run here at Le Mans in the car. It was actually cutting to electric technology, so they were going up the straight stuck in the electric mode. And the 7 car worked it out quicker than the 8 car in terms of how to control alt delete and get out of it. But the 8 car lost about 40 seconds. But essentially that is the electric power that the cars have to leave, the hybrid power that the cars have to leave the pit lane under. And they're very much silent, so it's very eerie as the car sort of whooshes off down the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a very good shot we just saw, by the way, of the Rebellion being worked on. Clearly illustrated no more than 4 mechanics allowed on the car. There's actually one at each corner doing front and rear suspension adjustments. But stranger, take all the bodywork off in the pit lane, not push it into the garage. But I suppose they can get it on and off quickly enough. There we are, got the book of settings in his hand, and he's turning the dials. That's what you call dialing in a suspension, Tom.
Yes, the old-fashioned day. That's the instruction book. That's to make sure it doesn't go the wrong way, which, believe it or not, is.
For me, the car was actually a little bit more difficult to drive, if anything, through the exit of the curbs and through the chicane.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
Flight BU372 to Berlin.
The average time between the final call and boarding closing is 4 minutes and 53 seconds. An unofficial fact, officially brought to you by Betfair Casino. Because when there's a chance, there's always a chance. Make the most of any chance with 30 free spins. Betfair Casino.
Buy the latest iPhone from Vodafone. And thanks to our annual upgrade promise, you can then get the latest iPhone every year with no upgrade fees. Yeah, you heard that right. That's the latest iPhone every year with no upgrade fees on our annual upgrade promise.
Running a successful small business can be amazing, but it's not always a smooth journey. A business loan from Funding Circle is a simple way to get you where you want to go. Right now, there's nothing to pay for a year. That's no repayments and interest-free for 12 months. And you'll get a quick decision, so there's no waiting around. Apply for a business loan now at fundingcircle.com.
Let's go, Peloton!
Damon Carter, if you've got this.
Welcome to your 30-minute full body strength. Nice work, Peloton. I got you. Come on. Amazing work. You absolutely crushed it.
Trying to hit a deadline and your laptop just crashed? It's switching time to a Chromebook. Switch to built-in virus protection. Switch to Chromebook.
You say you have nothing to hide, but online privacy is not about hiding. It's about protecting. The things you buy, the searches you make, the articles you read, the websites you visit. It's your digital identity. It's you. Your data is valuable on the internet. It can be connected, analyzed, sold, or stolen. Take the first step towards online privacy. Get NordVPN.
Sports trading on the Betfair exchange is just like trading on the stock market. Take these two. They'll get their tickets first. Now, she seems like the clear favourite. You could bet on her to win, and if her odds shorten, you can hedge your bets at the right moment. If you think your luck will change. And that's sports trading. You look for opportunities where the odds might move in your favour and you can make a profit.
The Betfair Exchange.
So at IDEX Sport, that's the new chassis for the 28 car, and that car being driven by Paul Laflague and Paul-Luc Chatin and Richard Bradley. It was Paul that was in the car when that crashed at the second chicane, the Michelin chicane on the Mulsanne, and then across the garage is the 17 car. That's also had a crash, and that's also getting rebuilt. Those were the two big incidents today, both in the same stable, so a real nightmare for IDEX Sport and Nicolas Manassian, who's the team boss there. There are well, no confirmation on the 28, but apparently the number 17 is going to be allowed to start the race, which is an interesting discussion point regarding the experience of the drivers and some of the requirements that are in place regarding driving nighttime laps and so forth. But either way, that's one for the officials to decide, not for us to speculate over. But Mark, we're now down into the final hour of this free practice 3, and that's the final hour of coverage today. There will of course be free practice 4 and hyperpole tomorrow.
Yep, yes, so it's going to be a shortish day tomorrow. We go on UK time at 9 o'clock. Sam Hancock will be joining me for an hour and a half of free practice 4, and then a 30-minute hyperpole shootout. And that thing at 11 o'clock UK time will conclude proceedings. In France, of course, that would be 10 o'clock start until 12 o'clock. Then these guys get the afternoon and the evening off to prepare for Saturday morning's warm-up, which is the traditional start of the 24 hours. So plenty to look forward to, but it's been a long day, just cramming so much action. 3 practice sessions and qualifying all into one day and night. And not just the drivers and the crews, but think of all the marshals who've been here out on the track since before 9 o'clock this morning, and they're not going to finish till after midnight. So all respect to them.
Absolutely, and those are the people that don't get paid, isn't that right? All volunteers.
All of them. Unfortunately this year we haven't got the usual contingent of British marshals, which normally numbers as much as 150 British marshals, but of course with the quarantining of France at the moment, I doubt if any of them have been able to make it. And there's been a lot of course, wheeling and dealing going on with the local authorities and the French government to ensure that everyone could get here in the first place.
Quite often the unsung heroes of motorsport.
Well, Steve Tarrant's been in touch on Twitter. He's been a race marshal for 30 years and a wheelchair user since 2000 after a serious accident. He's always in touch and very complimentary, and just talking about the special contribution to the marshals and everything that they're doing this year. And he also said it's Richard Atwood, not Dickie Atwood, Mark.
Yeah, that's
so. I'm not sure what referring to there, but yeah, things very different. Steve talking about here his experiences and one or two pictures from when he was used to, or when he used to be at Le Mans, or has been at Le Mans in the past. So Steve, we hope you get back there soon, and to all the Orange Army, as they're so commonly referred to, what you do is absolutely amazing, and we hope you have a wonderful race. And you can get in touch on Twitter. Give us all a follow. Tweet in any questions that you may have at Tom Gaymore, Gaymor, at Damien Faulkner. I won't try and spell that. And Mark Cole Comms. It's good to hear from you. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in over the day and kept us company. Obviously, this is just the start of what is going to be 4 epic days of coverage for you at Le Mans. And what a great day it's been. What a great start it's been. We've seen lots of action. We've shown... we've seen who's going to show their hand. And when I was off air a second ago, Damien, I was talking to James Collado at Ferrari, and he said, you know, looking at it, Aston Martin and Porsche do look quick, but they're keeping busy, trying not to focus too much on what the others are doing, but he's happy with what they've got underneath them in terms of their package. But I think they had to stretch their legs, reading between the lines, a little bit in qualifying just to get up into that hyperpole selection for tomorrow. But pretty much cements what we've been saying regarding Aston Martin. And, you know, Porsche never far away here at Le Mans.
No, they're not. And I think they were really well placed, because they were already up in there. I think it was 3rd and 4th, and when the Ferraris, one of which was Collado's, in 7th and 8th, languishing back there, and then they were on the back foot a little bit because they were outside of that top 6. So and then trying to get up there, I think they probably went a little bit quick. But it's difficult to get something right, especially a lap time that you're trying to achieve. If you factor in lots of traffic, it's not easy to look at your delta time on the steering wheel or the dash all of the time when it's such a quick circuit and there's so much traffic. So you know, the Ferraris ended up 2nd and 3rd, the Porsches ended up 5th and 6th. Absolutely, just perfectly placed. Under the radar. That wasn't meant to happen. The wheel gun there landing on the front hood of the Aston Martin because the boom didn't swing around.
It's a bit of a, could have been an expensive mistake. That Tony Beans got in touch talking about Aston Martin, and he says, can you explain the weight penalty in qualifying? So the Aston Martin look fast, but will they turn their engines down to avoid a weight penalty in the shootout? They'll all be running within themselves. The issue that Aston Martin had last year, it was actually with the turbo boost. So the weight, they are the same as they were in 2019 together with Ferrari. They're at 1,246 kilos, Ferrari at 1,279. So Ferrari feeling a bit hard done by, because not only are they heavier, Ferrari have not really had a break in any other area, whereas Aston Martin have had their turbo boost given back. So the turbo boost that they were pinged with before the race last year after qualifying, they've sort of had that returned this year. So their big goal is to to not fall into the same trap that they did last year. For Porsche, they're running at 1,286, so the heaviest car. They've actually put they've had 20 kilos put on their car since last year. Their air restrictor is at 30 mil, and so that is the same as the WEC season, but we know that Porsche is quick this year. We've seen how quick it is, so very much advantage Aston Martin in terms of the BOP at the moment. They've just got to try and keep it that way, and I think because it's not as well, it's as close as it's always been, but because there's not the strength in depth with no Corvette and no Ford here this year, Damien, I don't think you'll see too many of the manufacturers stretching their legs in tomorrow's Hyperpole.
Yeah, I doubt it, and also they haven't really had a chance to run in qualifying configuration, certainly with regard to suspension setup, like cambers, for example, because there was no time between the first practice and the second practice going into qualifying today. So, you know, they've done no sort of qualifying simulations as such, and it'll be interesting to see whether they will, you know, go a little bit aggressive tomorrow. I doubt that they will. I mean, it could be, you know, wanting to be on pole, doing the slowest lap possible, if you know what I mean. You know, like Alain Prost wanting to win a Grand Prix at the slowest speeds possible. They're certainly not going to want to blow the doors off the competition.
Yeah, he did say when I spoke to James Collado earlier that he wasn't sure where the others were. So there is still that cat and mouse game. So, you know, we're hypothesizing and so forth, but actually deep down they just don't know where each other are at the moment, and how many of the cards you've kind of put down on the table.
Which would suggest that they're all running with a couple of nicks of the handbrake on.
Yeah, just running slightly wide. There's the Risi Competizione car. Now this car is going to the back of the grid after one or two procedures were broken in qualifying. I think that car was put up onto the jacks or something too early after qualifying. But it was one of those innocuous rules that was broken, that they have the pit lane marshals, and then it's gone across the gravel again there. Not quite sure what's going on there for the 52, but for the 82, but that's Jules Guenot in that machine.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird line, taking trip through the gravel on the pit lane entry, and he wasn't even going fast anyway. I don't know if he was trying to just shake some of the gravel off of it or something, and he just lost sight of where he actually was.
Nice question here for us guys. With so few LMP1 cars this year and some bad weather forecasts, what are the chances of an LMP2 car winning this year, or at least getting an overall podium? Well, we have been there before, haven't we? 2017 when Porsche won, but right on Porsche's coattails were the two Jackie Chan DC Racing Orekas, who both, one of them finished within a lap of the Porsche. So, over to you, Damien.
You know, let's not forget that effectively the Toyotas are four-wheel drive when their hybrid energy is deployed. That makes a huge difference, as we saw recently. Where was that? Spa. And so that can't be discounted. But of course, you know, it's a long race. It's 24 hours. Anything can happen. You know, if something were to happen, I can't see the Toyotas being beaten anyway, even if it rains, particularly for that reason. But, you know, there's always the chance for reliability issues. And you know what? It's, yeah, it's anything can happen. I wouldn't rule anything out, really, but I'd have to put my money on in the Toyotas if it rains.
But Tom, 2017 was hugely embarrassing, wasn't it, for the ACO, because they at one point had an LMP2 car leading. Well, not at one point, it was for several hours.
It was Ollie Jarvis's car, wasn't it, with Hoping Tongue, the Jackie Chan car, and it looked as though it might get the overall win, but what wasn't to be. It could happen this year because obviously we don't have a huge selection of cars in LMP1. Anything can happen in terms of incidents on track with the weather and other cars and reliability, and then all of a sudden you've got an LMP2 car at the front. I mean, a podium's a very realistic proposition just because of how good the LMP2 teams are in terms of their preparation and how quick they are regarding their procedures in the pit lane. Their strategies are strong, the reliability is good with the Gibson engine. Everyone's got the Gibson engine, of course. The Orica and Michelin packages are really impressive, and we've talked about the embarrassing riches of talent that is littered across the 24 cars competing in the LMP2 class. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how they get on. One thing's for sure is that LMP2 class, that race outright is going to be the one to watch. I think that's going to be spectacular.
Yeah.
On board the G-Drive machine, that is the Aurus, which is another rebadged Orica.
Mikael Jensen on board that car at the moment, 26 car. He's the 25-year-old Danish driver, currently fourth in the ELMS with driving with the G-Drive, and he was the the LMP3 champion last year, also with G-Drive, took 3 wins in that. So Mikael Jensen, a driver I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about.
On board with the 7 car, this is Mike Conway, championship leader, quickest in qualifying.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
I'm a nodder. Up to the football, down to the app. Like a dog on a dashboard.
When I bet, I'm a frustrated manager. I kick every ball.
If I've got an hacker coming in, I find myself getting very excited.
VAR.
I just want the cheer.
Not yet.
However you like to play, we've got your bet. Boost your ACCA odds at ladbrokes.com.
I'm Kev. I'm an operations supervisor at Amazon. We've had to change the way that we work. There you go, my friend. Wearing masks, wearing gloves, cleaning all the time. It makes you feel good. So I've got 2 daughters. My youngest has diabetes. I want to keep my family safe. That's what a father does. What's giving me hope right now? Me. My family, the NHS, key workers. That's what's giving me hope, that we're going to come out the other side and be stronger.
In life, you cannot always choose what you do, but you can always choose who you are. We are the Sappers. With every brace and every cufflink, we say, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
The delicious new triple cheeseburger. Just $2.19 from the McDonald's Saver menu. It's the taste you love, tripled.
It's here. The full works plan for your iPhone, and it's only on EE, so get ready for it.
Just saying it's a lock, yeah. No doubt about it, see that trail I'm blazing. Dark as an arrow, I got the whole damn world in the palm of my hand. I got the whole damn world in the palm of my hand. I don't try to hide it, I just be who I am. I got the whole damn world in the palm of my hand. Got me feeling good, so I say.
Get all the music, TV, films, and games you can handle on the full works plan for your iPhone, or get Plan Envy.
Final call for passengers on flight BU372 to Berlin.
The average time between the final call and boarding closing is 4 minutes and 53 seconds. An unofficial fact, Officially brought to you by Betfair Casino. Because when there's a chance, there's always a chance. Make the most of any chance with 30 free spins. Betfair Casino.
Hit me. When the time is right, hit me. I like to double down. Hit me.
Ladbrokes Casino sponsors Eurosport 2.
There's nothing like being the next driver in after a brake change and having a solid pedal again, because as the hours go by in the 24-hour race, the pedal will get longer and longer and longer, and each time you get back into the car after a few hours of your teammates driving it around, there'll be invariably just little changes that you'll notice. The steering wheel will be a little bit to the right because somebody's at a curb, but that brake pedal will get longer and longer, and when it's a lovely feeling when the new brakes go in and it's just a reset again.
But Damien, the important thing, of course, is to let the driver know, if he's a new driver, that he has got new brake pads in. That is critical. Yeah, he's got to take it easy for the first lap, isn't he?
Well, he has probably more so for the tyres, because all the brake pads and discs are bedded in anyway these days. But yeah, it's that's a good point, and it's really about good communication, and even the driver getting out after a 2 or a 3 hour or a double or a triple stint. He might see that the windscreen has been, although it's been cleaned a couple of times because he's made a couple of pit stops, but it's been really pitted, and they've got I think it's 7 or 8 or 9, is it, tear-offs that is the maximum they're allowed, and he might just say, hey, look, next driver in, next time I'm pitting for the next driver, he needs a tear-off ripped off, and that's nice. That's good communication. It's good teamwork, and that's what it's all about. Teamwork and no mistakes.
There is a famous story about this, 1995, when John Nielsen was driving the David Price West McLaren, and they did a pad change in the middle of the night while they were doing clutch work as well, and they forgot to put a note on the steering wheel, you've got new pads, and he went off in the first chicane, and that was it, end of race.
Oh, yeah, that's I think that these days that's probably pretty impossible with the dry joints and no air getting into the system, so the pedal doesn't even need to be pumped. Really, I mean, they will pump it a little bit going out the pit lane, but it's pretty good.
Da Costa brings in the Toyota car, the most successful man in Formula Electric this year, and what a season he's been having. Wouldn't that be great, Tom, for him if he could just round it off with a win here at Le Mans?
He's had an incredible season, beating Jean-Eric Verne, going to Cheetah and defending the double or defeating the double champion in his own backyard. That is a big scalp, and it's the first major championship he's won for a while in terms of, ultimately fulfilling his potential. And we just know how good Antonio Felix da Costa is. I talked about several other drivers being the best of their generation. Well, there's no doubt that Antonio Felix da Costa was the best junior driver in terms of his generation moving up to Formula One. He was right up there with the likes of Stoffel, Van Dorn, Robin Frins, and pushing the envelope, but never quite got the opportunity he deserved in Formula One. It's great to see him making a home for himself in sports cars, in of course Formula E, and driving a whole host of different things. So that's Gonzalez in the car now. Looks slightly bigger than the other two, Anthony Davidson and Antonio. Anthony Davidson, very slight, isn't he?
I was going to say that wouldn't be hard to look bigger than Ant. Bless him.
Very, very slight. Pocket rocket. And Dennis, his father's you know, quite a slight man as well, isn't he? That's where I think he gets it from. Dennis Davidson's a remarkable chap, and he remembers absolutely everything of pretty much the whole of Anthony's career, whether or not it's a kart race at Larkhall or whatever it is. You know, he's such an avid enthusiast and a massive promoter in terms of everything that Anthony does, but he does it so in a very humble and distinguished way. You know, he's always just there in the background, and now obviously Anthony's moved on to not bigger and better things, but being a professional racing driver, he's not there at all. You know, so often is the way. There is Anthony on the left-hand side, but you grew up with these racing drivers, and you'll be the same, Damien. You remember their parents being in and around all the time, but it's funny when, you know, people reach a certain age, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's true. I certainly remember a lot of parents on the in the paddock and the pit wall, my own included. My father definitely, perhaps not on the pit wall. I didn't come from a family background of motor racing, but he would have been always there to cheer me on. An important role, and yeah, nice to remember good times. Can barely remember that far back now, Tom.
Yes, it happens to everyone, Damien. But no, you're looking good for your age. No, I'm joking.
The bit of wit suits me, doesn't it?
Right. Half an hour left of free practice, and isn't it wonderful just to be here seeing these cars in the night here at Le Mans? Listen to the cars as the sound echoes off the grandstands here. Obviously we do miss all of the people and the wonderful fans and the ceremony and pomp and the funfair and the lights and the barbecues and everything that goes with that, but nevertheless still wonderful to hear the sound of these cars and the everything that is going on around the pit lane as well.
Tom, do we know if the military will deliver the tricolour this year in typical fashion?
So when I did...
It's always a highlight of my Le Mans.
Yeah, when I did the 24 hours, the bike 24 hours around the Bugatti, it's still at Le Mans, but it's around the Bugatti circuit a couple of weeks ago. That's a massive event normally. And they had all of the ceremony and the pomp there. They had Pierre Fillon and all the dignitaries, and also the tricolour being delivered from the helicopter as well, which was all very good, but it was done in almost silence with none of the sort of flares and all of the cheering and what have you have in the grandstand. So it did look a bit of a somber occasion, but nevertheless it was great to have it, and I do believe at the start of the race on Saturday we'll have exactly the same here.
Yeah, we got the boss of Peugeot, haven't we, who's going to be flagging off the cars, but the parade, the Grand Marshal will be Emanuele Pirro, 3 times winner of Le Mans, so he'll be leading he'll be ahead of the pace car on the formation laps. So, and they got the Goodyear blimp. We have got, we're told, the Patrouille de France, which is the French equivalent to the Red Arrows. Of course, all this is weather allowing, because we could be really, really bad on Saturday. Let's wait and see how that one develops. Well, there's a manual in the Oreca factory nearby on the Techno Park that says average build time for an Oreca 07 is 2 weeks. These guys are trying to do it in about 10 hours, so absolutely amazing job by the IDEC guys.
And don't forget, they will have had not the most comfortable, I think it's Dempsey Proton, isn't it, this pit lane, but going back to because we're looking at GT Porsche, but going back to the IDEC story that you were just talking about, Mark, you know, they would have had broken sleep the last couple of nights as well, in terms of the amount of work they've had to get through. They've had to go through all of the setup. It's been a big operation to set up here. They've got to strip and build the cars, and the Red River Ferrari just making a mistake at the final chicane. Who's in that car at the moment? I will have a look. Johnny Molam in that car. So that's the Pro. What's happened here? Damien, talk us through this. Wow, exactly the same as Christian Reed.
Wow.
Such a strange looking accident.
Oh wow, he's gone round, and he's lucky not to collect that the LMP car. He went round 2 or 3 times there. Yeah, that's really strange. It just looks like they're just pinching a rear brake, doesn't it? And it just, you know, the rear is crying out for grip, and we've seen that. Now, how many times have we seen that tonight?
Well, Christian Reed did exactly the same thing. That's the second accident, and it's such an innocuous accident to have, because the cars are a lot more stable than that. It's almost as if as soon as they've gone for that brake pedal, that the rears have locked, because that is not just entry oversteer. You know that, Damien. That's something in the rear axle. As they've hit the pedal, they've just locked the rear tires.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I think it's not certainly it wouldn't want to be oversteer, would it? With 26 minutes of the session remaining, they'd want to have all of that sorted out by now in a nicely balanced car, which I'm sure they have. But it's just like locking the rear axle.
It's almost that initial hit, you know, that initial hit of the brake pedal where, and if you've never driven a racing car and you're sat at home and you think, well, what's he mean by that initial hit? It's not like when you're driving towards a roundabout or a set of traffic lights where you hit the brake pedal and you get gradually harder with your application on the road. When you're in a racing car, you hit the pedal as if your pet's just walked out in front of you. You hit the pedal with absolutely everything, and then you're bleeding off it as you get nearer the corner, which is very different to how you drive a road car or anything else. And it's almost as if on that initial hit, Damien, the rear wheels are just locked. And crikey, if you're in that driving seat for both that Christian Reed and that Johnny Molam incident, I'd be having a few raised eyebrows at the engineer, that's for sure. That'll raise the heartbeat ever so slightly, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like, just to give you an example, you know, that you're probably hitting, 80 bar of pressure on the brake pedal. That's a lot. Like, it's as Tom rightly said, it's almost like your life depends on it, or your pet's life depends on it. But it's heavy, and as you get towards the apex, it becomes lighter, because you have to bleed off because you lose the aero downforce and the car gets lighter. So if you kept the same pressure on the way in, well, not only would you go too slow, but you would soon lock a wheel as well. And of course, these cars don't have ABS, do they? And they definitely don't want to flat spot any tyres.
Yeah, John Hill has tweeted in to ask, Damon, have you considered it could be the pitot tube?
We're never going to live that down.
We're not, are we? Yeah, I mean, thank God that wasn't a contract I was signing. I'd missed that cross in the L, didn't I?
or as you called it, Damien, the pilot tube.
The pilot lube.
The pilot lube. Oh dear.
If you're in Lancasters, the pilot tube was something you used when you got caught out.
Yes, yeah. Moving swiftly on, that is the 21, which is the Dragon Speed car. You can tell because of the almost stars and stripes across the front. Of course, no LMP1 Dragon Speed cars here at Le Mans, but we do have a rather star-studded lineup in that 21 machine. Juan Pablo Montoya being the standout entrant there, and of course Juan Pablo Montoya is well, he's going for the Triple Crown, isn't he? Kind of. It's not beyond the realms of possibility.
That is true. He won Monaco, I think, in a Williams, didn't he?
Yes.
2003, I think. And of course, he's won the Indy 500 at the first attempt. So he's going to be praying for rain, isn't he? But yeah, great guy, wonderful driver to watch, very flamboyant, very aggressive, and a down-to-earth, a guy I know I've known since the Formula 3 days. Really down-to-earth guy.
He just loves his motorsport, doesn't he? He loves racing. It doesn't really matter what it is. He just wants to get in it and go quickly. And I think, you know, if you follow his career, he's gone down that path of driving lots of different things after Formula 1 because he just enjoys driving, as I said, whatever it is. It could be a milk float, and I think he'd fancy a go in it, as long as everyone else had the same equipment.
Yeah, and that demonstrates real passion, doesn't it?
All right, Laurent Vanthoor in the 92 car. I mean, Laurent Vanthoor is somebody that's really risen through the Porsche ranks and is a very, very accomplished factory driver. So he goes out in that car that is quickest in class. Let's just go through the classification. So as we're on GT Pro, it's the 92 Porsche that leads the Aston Martin, the 97 car ahead of the 95. That's your top three, with the lead Ferrari in fourth, Alessandro Pierguidi aboard that. In LMP2, it's still the Duquien team, Jonathan Hershey in the number 30 machine, quickest of all. We haven't seen them at the top of the time sheets at all before this session. The United Autosports car to 32 in second, sixth overall, ahead of Jean-Eric Verne's G-Drive in third place and seventh overall. In LMP1, it's the Rebellion that's still quickest, the number 3 Rebellion, ahead of the 7 Toyota, 0.4 of a second the difference there. Then it is Norman Nato in the Rebellion in third place, the second Toyota in fourth, so the number 1 Rebellion in a Toyota sandwich there. And the GTE AM class is being headed by MR Racing, a Ferrari in the hands of Kai Cozzolino. And then it's the 98 Aston Martin, who's been headed for the first time in that class, been very dominant throughout the day, has that car in second place. Then it's the Iron Lynx machine, Claudio Schiavone aboard that machine. They are 36th, 37th and 38th overall.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
She takes the sidewalk you walk on and turns it into a stage. Just like a cat to walk on. These streets are calling her name. Can't fit her into a box.
When there's no need to plug in, why stop? New Toyota Yaris self-charging hybrid.
Following a few hiccups in their first year, the CEOs of Britain's newest bank, Santander, are reaffirming their brand beliefs.
The secret of banking is really simple. You can go on all you want about crunchy numbers and algorithmics, but essentially it's all about giving people what they want. Tiny pens. Tiny weeny pens.
Meanwhile, at Santander, they're running free virtual scam awareness events with specially trained staff to help customers feel more confident with online and mobile banking. See what's possible at Santander.
What is Simon up to?
Oi, looking 30, bruh.
Okay, guys, ready to sweat? Let's go.
Hey Google, video call Michael.
I'm in the house alone.
Henry Dicer,
paperboy, 1904, helped on his rounds by his best friend. 10 years later, he went to war, leaving behind his wife, Eliza. Soon, Henry was in the paper himself, commended for bravery. He never made it home to meet his daughter. I didn't know my great-granddad Henry, but now I do.
Bring your backstory to life with Ancestry.
At LV, we understand that insurance is about looking after more than your car. It's about looking after you, so you can enjoy a change of scene. Be the after-school hero. Or get back to doing what you love. And we pay out on 99% of car insurance claims. No wonder we're the UK's #1 insurer for customer service. LV, it's our heart that sets us apart. Go direct to lv.com.
We're always little on price, so we can save you 35% on this like-for-like shop at Tesco. Save on big brands like these. Load up on all your goodies and groceries and bag these dinner winners. Because right now, a little price tag like that really helps. Now that's big on quality and always little on price.
It's all about getting them to line up.
Yes! Ladbrokes Casino sponsors Eurosport 2.
Red flag conditions here at Le Mans. Bonamy Grimes has gone off on the way up to the first chicane, and that's a very, very big impact with the barrier. He's out of the car and walking, but the Red River car, the Red River Ferrari, and we just seen this have an incident under braking in the hands of Johnny Molan. And this is now an incident under braking down at the first chicane. So just handed over to Bonamy Grimes, and we haven't quite seen exactly what happened, but yeah, that's 2 incidents in quick succession there, Damien, in the braking zones for that car, 2 different drivers.
Yeah, and obviously that's happened at speed. So it's probably something at the beginning of the braking zone. Perhaps he's just lost the back of it. But that was, yeah, same car, 2 drivers. Of course, there wasn't much time left, but there wasn't a lot of time to clean it, because Johnny had quite a... he did two rotations over the curb, over the gravel. And of course then they wanted to get the next driver out, but I don't know if we're going to see a replay of that.
Well, I don't think you will. We have no cameras you see live at this time of night. So what we're seeing there is the trackside CCTV, unfortunately.
And then the other camera was an onboard, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'm sure we'll hear more from Bonamy Grimes. We saw him walking away, so he'll be able to report back to the team exactly what happened. But huge amount of gravel, as you said, and then wreckage down there in both front and back ends of the car. And that car, incidentally, just checking where that was in qualifying. It finished, yeah, it was 20th.
It wasn't in Hyperpole.
No, it's 20th in GTM during that qualifying session. So that's a shame. We're talking up Johnny and Bonamy earlier on. Of course, they share that car with Charlie Hollings. I think probably, gentlemen, that's going to wrap it for this evening, but we will see. But I can't really, in all reasons, see any point in starting for a final 10 minutes if they got that all cleared up in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, there's bound to be some barrier damage there as well.
Yeah,
I would imagine, because that's a sort of a fairly blunt force impact, isn't it?
That's not going to be tidied up before we get out, before the time ticks down now. And as you quite rightfully said, Damien, I can't see that without won't have damaged one of the pillars. the post behind the Armco that line the Armco obviously need not to be compromised, and if they have been compromised, then they're removed and a new one is refitted, and that can take some time. So Neil Hamshaw's got in touch on Twitter saying the CCTV shots looked like the whole front of the Ferrari had gone. Yeah, it's rare that you actually see the GTE cars with that much of the front of the car missing, but yeah, that almost looks like it was back to the front axle, and yeah, that'll be almost to the front of the carbon fibre tub, won't it?
Yeah,
Damien?
and it might have been sort of sheared laterally as well. Of course, we don't know, and we're not going to get a replay of it, but maybe we'll get some pictures later of the car and see what or maybe that will help us understand what has happened. But I mean, that's just an example of how this track can bite. You know, it really this is a big one. You know, if you get it wrong, there's rarely nothing you know, small here, is there?
No, it doesn't go wrong in a small fashion, does it? And that's what you're trying to say. So we just saw Mr. Gonzalez getting out of the Goodyear car, and I was talking earlier about the only class with a tyre battle is, of course, LMP2. They've got the Michelin versus Goodyear dynamic. Only one Goodyear shod car in hyperpole. The Jota just missed out. How, in terms of race trim, this free practice 3, the top Goodyear 6th and 7th at the moment. So Michelin top of the tree at the moment. Goodyear with a bit of work to do. Goodyear have their new compound tyre here. It's sort of a new medium compound tyre, and I was talking to Anthony Davidson about that. It's only done 2 races. It's the B compound, and it was too hard for Spa last time out, and that was because it was too hot. But they're hoping for better things with that B compound tyre this time out, and they're actually thinking they're going to run the A compound at night as well if they get a chance. That's their old medium, which essentially is too soft, but they will run that tyre at night. And the reason it's the old medium is we've got a new medium, which is the B compound. The C compound is the hard. That's never really worked, and they don't really run that, so they've only got the A and the B here. The Michelin runners, they look as though they're just going to stay on the B. That B compound, the Michelin tyres, got a much more universally friendly operating window. So that the tension with the Goodyear is it needs to be in that operating window, and that operating window is a really, really small one, and if you're not in it, and sort of 4 or 5 degrees either way, then it just doesn't perform as well as the Michelin. So that's the long and the short of it. But it'll be an interesting battle as the race goes on to see that sort of tyre battle progress in LMP2. I've said that I think LMP2 is going to be a really exciting race, and that just adds a different dynamic together with obviously the different chassis.
So the important timing results tonight, of course, Tom and Damien, are the ones from qualifying, where Toyota took a 1-2 in LMP1, ready for tomorrow's hyperpole. In LMP2, it was Racing Team Netherlands and Jackie Chan Racing, with championship leaders United Autosports in 3rd place. In LMGTE Pro, it's an Aston Martin 1-2 from Ferrari, and in LMGTM, again an Aston Martin 1-2, Aston Martin Racing from TF Sport, with Gulf Racing Porsche in 3rd place. So those are the times that are going to be setting the grid tomorrow in that hyperpole shootout. So today's timings, not so much, but I think, looking at this, gentlemen, we're unlikely to be restarting tonight, are we?
I'm pretty sure it's been decided now that they're not going to restart. That directive's come out. So There we go.
3, 2.
So the red flag has curtailed the action here in terms of running in FP3. We've had an incredible day. What a condensed day it has been. We've had FP1, FP2, qualifying, and now FP3. And the cars have been on track for an incredibly long period of time. We've had several red flags. We've had 3 big accidents now. And it wouldn't be Le Mans without the ups and downs and the narratives across the pit lane. But we've certainly enjoyed bringing you the coverage. And thank you so much to everyone who's been watching wherever you are in the world. And for all the people that have been in touch on Twitter, do stay with us as we move through the gears tomorrow, Hyperpole and free practice 4. And then, of course, we've got all of warm-up for you on Saturday morning, and we've got the race live for you as well.
It was just about, seeing how the light is everything and how I feel comfortable in the night, and this was really good for me. I would have complained about the group level, like it felt like the tire didn't produce any group, but if it's a double split tire already, then this explains maybe a bit of this. So the main issue I have is locking front and rear. So I'm not so happy with the brakes, but with the balance, under the oversteer, it depends on how you stress the tire before. There is the grip and the balance quite acceptable. I'm quite happy with the balance how it was. Just with the locking and the amount of grip I had, I didn't like too much.
Well, that's a fairly detailed debrief there, Damien, and it just highlights how much the driver has to take in and what they need to talk about in terms of the detail when they get back to pit lane as well.
Yeah, and that's all about good communication with the engineer. There's Richard Leeds as well, I think, behind that mask, talking about we always lock the fronts there. So it's rare that the drivers will ever say that the car is perfect. There'll always be something, that they want just better. But it's a compromise because this is a team game. There's 3 drivers per car, and the engineer's got to keep all 3 happy. But some of them have got to compromise on something. It can't be just perfect for everyone, or certainly not every aspect of it. So you got to live with some things. The important thing is that the cumulative total in terms of harmony is kept. But yeah,
it's a team game.
It's a team game at the end of the day, and that's what these single-seater drivers learn very quickly when they come from sprint racing.
Well, here is the CCTV cameras down at the first chicane. You can see the work being carried out to the barriers that Bonamy Grimes hit in his Red River Sport Ferrari, and that has curtailed our session. We will be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. live, I think. River Sport Ferrari, and that has curtailed our session. We will be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. live, I think. Mark River Sport Ferrari, and that has curtailed our session. We will be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. live, I think. Mark River Sport Ferrari, and that has curtailed our session. We will be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. live, I think. River Sport Ferrari.